Tonight we walk into one of the oldest shadows cast by human imagination. The possibility that memory did not begin with birth, that somewhere beyond the first breath, beyond the first cry in the arms of a mother, beyond the first sight of firelight trembling against a wall, something older waited inside the human mind. Not a clear memory, perhaps not a picture one could hold, not a name spoken with certainty, rather a pressure, a feeling. A strange inward echo that tells a person they have stood under another sky before, crossed another river, feared another darkness, loved another face, and carried another body through the long dust of the earth. The ancient world was never silent about such things. It rarely spoke in the language of modern certainty, but it whispered constantly through myth, temple, burial, dream, and ritual. Across the scorched plains of southern Mesopotamia, where the Euphrates and Tigris once wandered through reed beds, mud flats, date groves, and sacred cities of baked brick, people looked upward and believed that divine powers had shaped not only the land beneath their feet, but the hidden architecture of the human soul. In those cities, the gods and mortals once seemed to walk close together. The temple was not merely a building. It was the meeting point between heaven, earth, and the deep waters below. The grain store, the altar, the courtyard, the canal, the clay tablet, the statue washed and dressed at dawn, all belonged to one enormous cosmic household. Human beings lived inside a universe that was ordered, watched, measured, and remembered by powers greater than themselves. Among those powers were the Anunnaki, a name that has passed through the long corridors of history with a strange weight around it. In the surviving texts of ancient Mesopotamia, they appear as divine beings linked to authority, judgment, the underworld, and the arrangement of cosmic order. They are not simple figures. They are not creatures of one story alone. They change as centuries pass, appearing in Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian traditions, clothed in new meanings as empires rise and fall, and yet, because so much remains broken, scattered, and buried, the Anunnaki have also become vessels for mystery. Their names survive in clay, but the full world that gave birth to them is gone. Their temples have fallen, their hymns are fragments, their rituals are known only in pieces. The voices of the people who feared them, praised them, negotiated with them, and perhaps blamed them for the limits of human knowledge have mostly vanished into dust. Still, for the most part, secrets remain hidden. Archaeology gives us extraordinary tools, but it does not return the ancient mind whole. Radiocarbon dating can place a charred seed within a span of centuries. Stratigraphic excavation can show us which wall stood above another, which fire came first, which pottery belonged to which settlement phase. Lithic analysis can reveal how stone tools were shaped, used, discarded, and carried across landscapes. Genomic data can trace the movement of populations through bones that outlived their languages, but none of these tools can fully tell us what it felt like to wake before dawn in Uruk, hearing temple drums in the distance. None can perfectly recover the dream of a shepherd who believed a dead ancestor had called his name from the edge of a canal. None can make certain whether an ancient scribe, pressing signs into damp clay, believed his own soul had once lived before, forgotten by decree, hidden by the gods, or sealed behind the veil of birth. That is the territory we enter now, not the territory of easy answers, not the territory of loud claims, but the quieter country where evidence, myth, and human longing meet in half-light. The idea that the Anunnaki erased the memory of our past lives does not appear in ancient texts as a simple statement waiting to be lifted from the clay. History is rarely so generous. Instead, it is a question born from several ancient concerns that return again and again across early civilizations. Why do humans suffer? Why do we forget? Why do the gods know more than we do? Why are mortals trapped in time while divine beings seem to stand outside it? Why does wisdom feel like something lost rather than something newly invented? In Mesopotamian literature, human beings are often portrayed as limited creatures living beneath divine power. They labour, build, worship, plead, lament, and die. The gods hold the greater designs. They possess knowledge hidden from mortals. They shape fate. They assemble in council. They send floods, blessings, kingship, dreams, disease, fertility, and terror. Even kings, wrapped in ceremony and praise, are not free from the ancient truth that human life is short, uncertain, and subject to forces beyond command. This gap between divine knowledge and human forgetfulness may be one of the oldest emotional engines in religion. To be human is to feel that something has been withheld. The child does not remember the womb. The adult scarcely remembers infancy. The old person loses pieces of youth. Families forget names after a few generations. Cities forget the hands that built their foundations. Civilizations forget the meanings of their own symbols until future scholars kneel in trenches, brushing soil from carved stone, trying to listen to what no living mouth can explain. And so, the question grows naturally from the ruins. What if forgetting was not merely weakness? What if forgetting was part of the order of the world? What if memory itself was dangerous, sacred, or restricted? What if ancient stories about divine authority, hidden knowledge, the underworld, and the making of humankind preserve a deeper fear? That mortals were deliberately kept from remembering too much. It is a haunting idea because it speaks to something older than scholarship. It speaks to the unease that moves through human life whenever a place feels familiar, though one has never visited it. Whenever a dream seems older than the dreamer. Whenever grief arrives with no clear origin. Whenever love feels like recognition rather than discovery. The ancient Mesopotamians did not live in a world emptied of such mysteries. They inhabited a reality crowded with presences. The dead required care. The gods required offerings. Dreams could carry messages. Omens could reveal divine intention. The liver of a sacrificed animal could become a map of cosmic will. An eclipse could unsettle a kingdom. A flood could be remembered not only as water, but as judgment, reset, punishment, and beginning. To modern eyes, this can seem strange. Yet the people of the ancient Near East were not less intelligent than us. They were not children staring blindly at thunder. They observed the heavens with patience. They engineered canals. They administered cities. They counted grain, recorded labour, managed trade, developed writing, organised law, and preserved stories with astonishing complexity. Their myths were not failures of thought. They were systems of thought shaped by fear, beauty, politics, land, death, and the difficult problem of being alive. If they imagined that memory could be governed by divine forces, it was because their entire world taught them that nothing important existed outside order. Rivers had patterns, even when they flooded unpredictably. Stars had paths. Kingship descended. Ritual purified. Names preserved identity. Burial protected the dead. Writing captured speech. The temple stabilized the city. To remember was not a small thing. To remember was to hold continuity against chaos. And perhaps that is why forgetting frightened them. Forgetting was a kind of death before death. A person whose name vanished from records was nearly gone. A city whose gods were removed was spiritually conquered. A ritual performed incorrectly might fail to reach heaven. A corpse neglected by descendants might wander hungry and restless. Memory fed the dead, supported kingship, secured land, justified power, and tied human life to the unseen. So when we ask why the Anunnaki might erase the memory of past lives, we're really asking why ancient people imagined the gods controlling the boundary between knowledge and ignorance. We're asking why mortality seems to come with a sealed door inside it. We're asking why the human being arrives unfinished, carrying instincts, fears, talents, and longings that appear older than experience. The answer will not come quickly. It cannot. It lies scattered across tell mounds, temple ruins, burial customs, flood myths, underworld journeys, royal inscriptions, skull rituals, climate shifts, migrations, and the slow invention of writing. It lies in the moment when hunter-gatherers gathered around great stones before agriculture fully ruled their lives. It lies in the rise of cities, where the gods were served through institutions of grain, labour, and hierarchy. It lies in the quiet transformation of memory from living song into written record. For now, we begin with the simplest image. A human being stands beneath the ancient sky. Around them is a world of mud brick, incense, river wind, animal breath, and distant stars. Somewhere in the temple precinct, a priest speaks words learned from those who learned them from others, reaching back beyond any living witness. Somewhere beneath the floor, the dead lie curled in the earth. Somewhere in the heavens, the gods are believed to watch. The person feels small but not meaningless, mortal but not empty, newborn into this life, yet somehow haunted by the sense of an older road. And above that road, silent and immense, stand the powers who remember what humans do not. The first stones remember in ways that human voices cannot. They remember weight. They remember pressure. They remember the hands that dragged them from the ground, shaped them, raised them, and set them upright beneath a sky that has since changed its stars only by the slow arithmetic of ages. They remember the footfalls of people whose names were never written, whose languages have faded beyond recovery, whose children became ancestors, whose ancestors became dust, whose dust became part of the soil that now surrounds the ruins. Long before the great cities of southern Mesopotamia rose from the alluvial plain, long before the first cuneiform signs hardened on clay, long before scribes counted barley and kings claimed divine favour, people were already gathering around sacred places. They were already marking the earth with meaning. They were already turning landscape into memory. This is one of the great reversals of modern archaeology. For a long time, the story seemed orderly and practical. First came agriculture, then came settlement, then came surplus, hierarchy, temples, specialists, writing, and the many burdens of civilization. It was a sensible sequence, almost comforting in its clarity. People learned to farm. Farming created food. Food created villages. Villages created complexity, and complexity created gods in stone, clay, and song. But the earth has a habit of disturbing our neat arrangements. In the limestone hills of southeastern Anatolia, at a place now known for its massive circular enclosures and carved T-shaped pillars, excavation revealed something profoundly unsettling to the older model. Here were monumental structures raised by communities who were not yet fully agricultural in the later village sense. Here were carved animals, pillars weighing many tons, carefully arranged spaces, and signs of communal labour that seemed to belong to ritual before the full rise of farming society. Radiocarbon dating placed parts of this sacred landscape deep in the 10th millennium before the Common Era. In the long dawn after the last ice age, stratigraphic excavation showed that the site had complex phases of building, use, burial, and renewal. Lithic analysis revealed the stone tools of people who still belonged in many ways to a hunter-gatherer world. People skilled in cutting, scraping, shaping, but also in imagining. They were not primitive wanderers stumbling into religion by accident. They were organisers of labour, makers of symbol, designers of space. The old question had to be asked again. What if belief did not simply arise after civilization? What if belief helped create civilization? This does not mean that one site explains everything. It does not mean that a single sanctuary suddenly gave birth to cities, kings, writing, and law. History is never so simple, and only time will tell what future discoveries will be made. Yet the pattern is too important to ignore. Sacred gathering may have drawn people together before daily farming fully fixed them in place. Ritual may have demanded feasting. Feasting may have demanded storage. Storage may have encouraged cultivation. Cultivation may have reshaped settlement. The altar may have stood near the beginning, not at the end. If that is true, then the human road into civilization began not only with hunger, but with awe. Imagine the scene not as a city, but as a meeting place. The hills are dry beneath the sun. Wild grasses move in the wind. Herds pass in the distance. Men and women arrive from different bands, carrying skins, baskets, stone blades, ornaments, memory, and fear. They know the paths of animals. They know the seasons. They know edible roots, dangerous plants, waterholes, flint sources, and the behaviour of vultures circling above death. But they also know something less visible. They know that the dead do not simply disappear from the heart. They know that dreams can bring back faces buried beneath stone. They know that animals seem to cross boundaries between worlds, appearing, vanishing, migrating, returning. They know that blood spilled on the ground changes the mood of a place. They know that certain hills, springs, caves, and clearings feel charged with presence. They know that the sky turns in patterns too grand for any one life to contain. So they raise stones, not because stones are useful in the narrow sense, not because a pillar feeds a child or cures fever or fills a storage pit with grain. They raise stones because memory needs a body, the invisible needs a form, the shared fear of death needs a place to gather. The stories of animal powers, ancestors, spirits, and cosmic order need something larger than a single voice. The carved creatures on ancient pillars are not decoration in the modern sense. Snakes, foxes, boars, birds, scorpions, wild cattle, and other forms appear with a force that feels symbolic, dangerous, and alive. They belong to a world where humans were not yet the masters of the earth, but participants in a crowded field of agencies. Animals watched, hunted, fled, threatened, nourished, and perhaps carried messages between realms. In such a world, identity itself may have felt porous. The border between human ancestor, spirit, and beast was not always as rigid as later philosophy would make it. This matters deeply for the question of forgotten lives. If early sacred architecture was born from a relationship with death, animal transformation, seasonal return, and ancestral presence, then the roots of human civilization were already entangled with the problem of continuity. What remains after a body stops breathing? Where does a face go when no one living has seen it? Can a person return in another form? Can memory pass through blood, ritual, dream, or place? Can the dead shape the choices of the living? The first stones do not answer these questions directly. They do something more powerful. They prove that the questions were worth enormous labour. A community does not carve and raise monumental pillars merely for idle fantasy. It does so because something about the invisible world has become socially necessary. People must gather. They must eat together. They must repeat gestures. They must remember certain stories correctly. They must stand in relation to beings not physically present. They must organize their bodies around a shared center. The sacred center becomes a machine for memory, not a machine of metal and gears, but a human machine of posture, chant, blood, food, burial, and symbol. It tells the group who they are. It tells them where they came from. It tells them which animals matter, which ancestors remain near, which dangers are divine, which places must be approached carefully. It transforms scattered experience into inherited order. Yet every machine for memory also creates forgetting. When a ritual chooses one story, it lets another fade. When a sacred place gathers many people under one symbolic system, older local meanings may be absorbed or silenced. When a community repeats the same ceremony generation after generation, the origin of the ceremony may become hidden behind the ceremony itself. People remember the act, but not the first reason. They inherit reverence, but not explanation. Here, at the dawn of sacred architecture, we find a pattern that will later become central to the ancient Near East. Memory is preserved by being controlled. The past survives, but not freely. It is shaped by specialists, elders, ritual leaders, and sacred spaces. Some things are spoken. Some are shown only during ceremony. Some are buried. Some are forbidden. Some are forgotten because forgetting itself protects the power of the right. The earth gives us evidence in fragments: a stone tool found in a layer, a charred seed dated by radiocarbon measurement, a carved pillar exposed by careful excavation, a burial disturbed by time, a pattern of animal bones suggesting feasting, a floor surface renewed, a structure deliberately filled in. Each fragment is small, but together they form a slow and solemn revelation. Human beings were not waiting for civilization in an empty mental landscape. They were already carrying worlds inside them. The first farmers did not invent meaning from nothing. The first city builders did not discover sacred order as a late luxury. The first scribes did not create memory when they pressed signs into clay. They inherited older currents, older fears, older symbolic systems already flowing beneath human life. By the time the gods of Mesopotamia took their places in temple hymns and mythic genealogies, the human habit of sacred remembering was already ancient beyond imagination. The Anunnaki did not appear in a blank world. They emerged in a landscape where people had long believed that unseen powers governed life, death, fertility, fate, and perhaps the guarded chambers of memory itself. This is why the earlier stones matter. They stand at the edge of a great threshold, where wandering bands began to gather around fixed sacred places, where ritual may have drawn people towards settlement, where the dead remained close, where animals filled the symbolic sky, where memory became architecture. They suggest that civilization was not born merely from the need to eat, but from the need to understand why eating, dying, dreaming and returning seemed bound together, and in that suggestion lies a quieter mystery. If civilization began around sacred memory, then the loss of memory may also have been sacred. If people gathered to preserve contact with the unseen, they may also have accepted that some knowledge belonged beyond ordinary reach. If the gods were imagined as keepers of order, then perhaps the most powerful order of all was the boundary around what humans could remember. The stones remain. The people are gone. The rituals have fallen silent. The meanings are broken. Yet in the stillness of those ancient enclosures, one can almost feel the first shape of the question rising from the dust. What did human beings once know that they later learned to forget? Beneath the Euphrates sky, the world changed its shape. The hills gave way to plains. The wild uplands opened into wide river country, where water moved like a living border between hunger and abundance. Here, in the lowlands of southern Mesopotamia, earth was not firm in the way stone hills were firm. It was soft, shifting, uncertain, made of silt, flood, reed, mud, and memory. The rivers wandered, channels split and joined, marshes breathed beneath the sun, date palms lifted their crowns above settlements of packed clay, wind dragged dust across fields where men and women bent their backs to barley, irrigation ditches, and the patient demands of survival. This was not a gentle landscape, though it could appear beautiful in the evening light. The Euphrates and the Tigris gave life, but they did not give it politely. Their floods could nourish or destroy. Their courses could change. Their waters could retreat when most needed, or rise when walls were weakest. To live between them was to negotiate with instability. Every canal was a promise and a risk. Every field was a temporary victory. Every harvest depended on cooperation, timing, labour, and forces no human hand could fully command. Out of this river world came the cities that would later seem almost impossible in their early brilliance: Uruk, Eridu, Nippur, Lagash, and others rose from mud brick and organised labour. They were not cities of marble. They were cities of clay. Their walls were built from the same earth that flooded around them. Their temples were lifted on platforms of brick, raised higher and higher as centuries added layers beneath them. Their streets smelled of animals, cooking smoke, damp reeds, sweat, bitumen, beer, grain dust, and canal water. Their courtyards held the murmuring of workers, merchants, priests, children, scribes, and travellers. At dawn, the light must have touched these cities slowly, first along the upper edges of temple walls, then across roof lines, then into alleys where dogs nosed through refuse, and women moved with jars toward water. The air would have carried the sound of hooves, wooden wheels, riverbirds, woven baskets scraping against brick, and voices calling across courtyards. Somewhere within the sacred precinct, a divine statue might be awakened, washed, clothed, perfumed, and offered food. The god was not treated as an idea. The god was treated as a presence. This is one of the most important things to understand about the ancient Mesopotamian mind. The divine was not far away in an abstract heaven. It was housed, fed, served, carried, praised, feared, and consulted. The temple was the estate of a god. Its fields, herds, storerooms, workshops, kitchens, and personnel formed a complex institution. Religion was not separated from economics, politics, law, and labour. It flowed through them, it gave order to them, it made them meaningful. In this world, the boundary between gods and mortals was not a wall of disbelief, but a structured distance. Humans could approach the divine through ritual, offering, prayer, lamentation, and obedience. They could not command it. They could not know all that it knew. They could not live forever in the manner of gods. But they could serve. They could remember the correct names. They could maintain the rites. They could preserve the patterns given to them. The phrase gods and mortals once walked the earth should not be heard as a crude claim that ancient people lacked imagination. It should be heard as a key to their sense of reality. For them, the world was layered. A field was not only a field, it was part of a divine household. A king was not only a strong man, he was chosen, authorized, or at least required to present himself as standing under divine favour. A dream was not only a private disturbance of sleep, it might be a message. A disease was not only a failure of the body, it might be a sign of anger, pollution, curse, or imbalance. Memory lived within this layered world. A family remembered its dead through offerings. A city remembered its gods through festivals. A ruler remembered his victories through inscriptions. A scribe remembered accounts through tablets. A temple remembered cosmic order through repeated acts that made time feel circular, not empty. The year returned through ritual. The harvest returned. The stars returned. The divine meal returned. The lament returned. The story returned. Human life, brief as it was, became bearable because it was held inside repetitions older than any single person. And yet, the river country also taught loss. Mud brick decays, floods erase, reeds rot, a canal silts up, a field turns salty, a temple collapses, then is rebuilt above its own ruin. A city conquers another city and carries off its divine image. A king who calls himself eternal is buried, forgotten, or mocked by the next dynasty. Even clay tablets, so durable when fired or preserved by accident, often survive as fragments, cracked at the very place where a line might have explained everything. The people of Mesopotamia lived with preservation and erasure at the same time. Their landscape made this unavoidable. They built in clay because clay was what they had. They wrote on clay because clay was near their hands. They shaped bricks from mud, pressed signs into tablets, sealed jars, made figurines, formed plaques, and raised cities from the river's gift. But the same material that preserved their words could crumble beneath water and weather. The same rivers that fed civilization could swallow its edges. Perhaps this is why the imagination of Mesopotamia was so concerned with order. Order had to be made again and again. It had to be spoken, enacted, counted, recorded, and defended, chaos was never far away. It waited in flood, famine, invasion, illness, infertility, bad omens, and the silence of gods who did not answer. The Anunnaki belonged to this atmosphere of order and dread. In the broad religious imagination of Mesopotamia, divine powers gathered in councils, judged destinies, assigned roles, and held authority over realms beyond ordinary human access. They were not merely characters in tales. They reflected a world in which society itself depended on hierarchy, obligation, and the management of invisible forces. To live well was to know one's place within an order that extended from heaven to city, from city to household, from household to grave. If memory of past lives were imagined in such a world, it would not be a casual private possession. It would be part of the sacred structure. Memory would touch identity, ancestry, fate, punishment, rebirth, and divine knowledge. It would raise dangerous questions. If a person remembered too much, would they still obey the present order? If a labourer remembered being a king, could hierarchy remain stable? If a mourner remembered having died before, would death still hold the same terror? If a soul knew the roads beyond life, would the gods retain their hidden power? The river cities did not need to state such questions plainly for them to haunt the edges of myth. Their entire civilization was built on controlled knowledge. Priests knew rites that others did not. Scribes knew signs that others could not read. Diviners interpreted omens hidden in stars, smoke, oil, dreams, and entrails. Kings claimed access to divine favour. Temples guarded images and ceremonies. The sacred was powerful partly because it was not available to everyone in the same way. Knowledge had gates. Memory had keepers. The sky above the Euphrates was wide, but human access to meaning was narrow and carefully maintained. A farmer might see the same stars as a priest, but not read them with the same authority. A mother might dream of the dead, but require ritual specialists to know what must be done. A worker might build a temple, but never enter its deepest spaces. The world was shared, yet its meanings were distributed unequally. This unequal distribution of sacred knowledge gives the Anunnaki their deeper symbolic force. They stand not only for divine beings and ancient stories, but for the idea that the highest powers remember the whole design while humans receive only pieces. Mortals see the flood, but not the full decree. They suffer the famine, but not the complete reason. They build the city, but not the cosmic plan behind kingship. They are born into life, but not into full memory of what came before. In the evening, when the sun lowered over the river and the mud brick walls turned the colour of warm ash, the city may have seemed suspended between worlds. Smoke rose from ovens, boats moved along canals, priests prepared offerings, scribes stored tablets, families called children indoors. Somewhere, beneath a house floor or in a cemetery beyond the settlement, the dead lay close to the living, waiting for names, food, water, and remembrance. Above them all the sky darkened. The stars appeared, patient and unreachable. The rivers kept moving through the land, carrying silt, reeds, boats, bodies, offerings, and forgotten words toward the horizon. And in that riverine darkness, where human life depended on both memory and obedience, the thought could take root that what mortals forgot was not always lost by accident. Perhaps some memories were placed beyond reach. Perhaps some doors were closed because the world itself required them closed. Perhaps the gods remembered everything, while humans were permitted only enough memory to serve, to suffer, to hope, and to begin again. The names in clay survived because clay can outlast memory. A voice dies the moment it leaves the mouth, unless another living mind receives it and carries it onward. A song can travel through generations, but each singer changes it. A prayer may be repeated for centuries, but one forgotten word can loosen its original shape. Human memory is warm, breathing, and fragile. Clay is different. Clay receives pressure. Clay holds the wound of the stylus. Clay dries. Clay hardens. Clay falls into darkness. Clay waits. In the cities of ancient Mesopotamia, writing began not as poetry, not as philosophy, not as a grand attempt to preserve myths of gods and origins, but as a practical instrument of administration. Grain had to be counted, sheep had to be recorded, workers had to be assigned rations, land, labour, offerings, beer, oil, textiles, and temple property had to be tracked with a precision that spoken memory could no longer bear alone. The city had grown too large for recollection. The economy had become too complex for trust without record. So signs were pressed into clay. At first, these signs belonged to the world of counting and accounting. They carried numbers, commodities, names and transactions. Yet over time, this humble technology widened into something astonishing. It learned to hold speech. It learned to hold royal claims, legal disputes, temple hymns, laments, school exercises, medical instructions, omen collections, letters, myths, rituals, and stories of gods whose names might otherwise have faded like footprints in a flooded field. Among those preserved names are the Anunnaki. To speak of them carefully is important. They are not a single fixed group, whose meaning remained unchanged from the earlier Sumerian texts to later Babylonian and Assyrian traditions. Ancient religion was not a museum cabinet with every figure labelled once and forever. It was alive. It shifted with language, politics, theology, conquest, scribal learning, and local devotion. The same divine name could gather new associations in different centuries. A divine group could expand, narrow, merge, or take on different roles depending on the text and setting. The Anunnaki appear in this moving religious landscape as great divine powers, often associated with high authority, ancient lineage, judgment, and in some traditions the underworld. Their name has been understood in relation to the descendants or princely offspring of the sky god, though exact interpretations vary across scholarship and textual history. They may stand beside other divine groupings. They may be invoked in mythic scenes. They may belong to the solemn background of cosmic order, where destinies are assigned, powers are ranked, and human beings stand far below. What matters most for our journey is not to force them into one modern image, but to feel the ancient atmosphere around them. Their world is a world of councils, decrees, temples, offerings, names, and hidden decisions. It is a world where the divine is not merely powerful, but administrative in a cosmic sense. Heaven and earth are not governed by chaos alone. They are ordered through rank, command, inheritance, and judgment. The gods deliberate. The gods distribute authority. The gods can decide what's given and what is withheld. In such a world, memory is never innocent. A written name could preserve a person beyond death. A destroyed name could weaken their survival in remembrance. A king carved his deeds into stone, or impressed them into clay not only for information, but for endurance. To be remembered was to remain present in the moral and political imagination of the future. To be forgotten was to sink into a second death. The scribes understood this better than anyone. They were guardians of recorded time. In their schools, young students copied signs until their hands ached. They learned lists of words, names of professions, names of trees, names of stones, names of gods, names of cities. They practiced proverbs, contract, hymns, and difficult compositions from the learned tradition. Their education was discipline, repetition, and entry into a narrow world of power. Most people could speak. Few could write. Most people could remember. Few could make memory official. The clay tablet therefore created a strange division in human life. It preserved, but it also selected. It gave endurance, but only to what the scribal world chose or needed to record. Countless lullabies, arguments, jokes, griefs, rumours, bedside stories, and private dreams disappeared without trace. A mother's whispered fear for her child vanished. A labourer's memory of a strange dream vanished. A dying person's claim that they had seen another life before this one vanished, unless some trained hand found reason to write it down. What survives is not the whole ancient world. It is the small portion that passed through institutions capable of preservation. This is why clay tablets are both miraculous and deceptive. They make the past speak, but not evenly. They preserve the language of temples, palaces, schools, scribes, administrators, ritual experts, and sometimes private correspondence. They preserve the concerns of systems that required writing. They do not preserve every inner life. They do not allow the poor, the illiterate, the enslaved, the very young, the dying, and the wandering to speak with equal force. Still, what they do preserve is profound. They reveal a civilization deeply concerned with the limits of human knowledge. Omens were collected because the world was believed to be readable, but only through expertise. Ritual texts existed because danger could be addressed, but only through correct performance. Myths explored why humans were mortal, why labour existed, why kingship descended, why floods came, why gods argued, why heroes failed to gain immortality. Wisdom literature wrestled with suffering, injustice, and the terrifying silence of divine purpose. Again and again, a human being confronts a boundary. The boundary may be death. It may be divine secrecy. It may be fate. It may be the inability to understand why suffering falls on one person and not another. It may be the knowledge that gods possess and humans lack. Ancient Mesopotamian literature does not give the impression of a people comfortable with easy explanations. It gives the impression of minds awake to uncertainty. Struggling with it informs both ritual and poetic. This is where the question of erased memory begins to deepen. If the Anunnaki belong to the realm of divine authority and cosmic order, then their presence in clay reminds us of a theology in which human life is managed from above and below. The divine world contains assemblies and judgments. The underworld contains its own powers and rules. Human beings move through existence under conditions they did not choose. They are born without full knowledge. They labour without full explanation. They die without full control. The absence of remembered past lives becomes, in this setting, not merely an emptiness, but a clue to the structure of mortality. A mortal does not enter the world with the memory of divine counsels. A child does not awaken knowing the decrees that placed them in one household rather than another. A farmer does not recall whether their misfortune belongs to this life, an older offence, a forgotten vow, or a judgment hidden in the divine mind. The human condition is one of partial sight. The gods, by contrast, are imagined as holders of a longer view. Clay tablets intensify this contrast because they show humans trying to overcome forgetfulness, while also documenting a universe in which complete knowledge remains beyond them. Writing is humanity's rebellion against disappearance. Yet the texts themselves often confess that even writing cannot cross every threshold. A tablet can record a dream omen, but it cannot prove the full intention behind the dream. A hymn can praise a god, but cannot force the god to answer. A myth can describe the underworld, but cannot make a mortal immune to it. The Anunnaki, preserved in such texts, become part of that silent architecture of withheld knowledge. Their names suggest powers older and greater than human memory. Their appearances in myth and ritual hint at decisions made outside ordinary sight. Their association with judgment and the hidden regions of existence makes them especially suited to later imagination, where people ask whether they might have governed the curtain between lives. But a careful listener must remain patient. The ancient evidence does not shout. It murmurs. It offers fragments. It gives us divine names, broken lines, ritual phrases, and mythic scenes, but not a simple confession. Still, the fragments are enough to reveal the emotional shape of the idea. To be human in Mesopotamia was to live under records and beyond records at the same time. Your grain ration might be counted. Your labour might be listed. Your debt might be sealed. Your king's victory might be proclaimed. Your god's offering might be logged. Yet your deepest inward questions might never be written. Where was I before I was born? Why do I fear what I have never seen? Why do I dream of places unknown to me? Why does the soul feel older than the body? These questions may have lived in spaces writing did not enter. They may have been spoken beside hearths, whispered during illness, buried in funerary gestures, or folded into myths whose original meanings are now broken. They may have belonged to ordinary people whose names never reached clay, and because they were not preserved directly, we encounter them only through surrounding shadows, divine secrecy, underworld rules, ancestral rites, and the repeated insistence that human knowledge is limited. The clay preserves the names of gods, but not the full silence around them. It preserves Anunnaki, but not every fear that name awakened in a human heart. It preserves myth, but not every dream that fed the myth. And so the tablets leave us in a strange position. We know more than we should, considering the distance of millennia. We can read contracts, hymns, incantations, school texts, royal boasts, and laments. We can hear the stylus scraping faintly across time, yet the most intimate mysteries remain answerless, adrift to ponder. Perhaps this is fitting, for if memory itself was guarded, then the brokenness of the record may be part of the experience. The tablets give us pieces, never the whole design. They allow the names of the Anunnaki to survive, but they do not open every sealed chamber beneath those names. They show us a civilization that fought against forgetting, even while believing that some knowledge belonged to gods, fate, death, and the hidden machinery of the cosmos. The tablet lies in the earth. On its surface, signs remain. Around it, the city that made it has fallen silent. The scribe is gone. The temple is gone. The offerings are gone. The hands that lifted the tablet, read it, stored it, feared its words, and trusted its authority are gone. But the name remains. And because the name remains, the question remains with it. What did the gods know that mortals were never meant to remember? The tell opens like a wound in the earth. At first, it may appear to be nothing more than a hill, a low rise against the horizon, a mound of dust, scrub, broken pottery, and wind. Goats may wander across it. Children may play near its slopes. Farmers may pass it for generations without knowing that beneath their feet lie the remains of houses, courtyards, walls, hearths, graves, storerooms, shrines, and streets stacked one above another like the pages of a book no one has opened for thousands of years. This is the strange genius of the Near Eastern tell. It is not a natural hill, though time makes it look like one. It is a city made vertical by memory and decay. One generation builds in mud brick. The walls weaken, roofs collapse. Flood or fire or abandonment breaks the shape of daily life. Another generation levels the ruin, builds again, and raises the ground slightly higher. Century after century, the settlement climbs upon its own remains. The past does not disappear. It becomes the foundation. To excavate such a mound is to move downward through time. The archaeologist does not simply dig for treasure. The archaeologist reads soil. A change in colour may mark a flaw. A line of ash may mark a burning. A cluster of bones may reveal a meal, a sacrifice, a burial, or a refuse pit. A scatter of pottery can suggest date, trade, storage, cooking, wealth, habit, or disaster. A brick wall can show planning. A child's grave beneath a house floor can show intimacy between living space and the dead. A seal impression can reveal administration. A fragment of tablet can suddenly return a forgotten name. Stratigraphic excavation is patient work because time is fragile when exposed. One careless cut can destroy the relationship between objects. A bead without context is beautiful, but a bead found beside a burial, under a floor, within a dated layer, near a certain pottery type, becomes evidence. The position matters, the depth matters, the soil around it matters, the silence around it matters. Archaeology is not only the discovery of things, It is the recovery of relationships, and relationships are where hidden memory lives. Consider the moment when a trowel scrapes gently across compacted earth and reveals a floor surface last touched by feet 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. The floor itself may be plain, no gold, no statue, no royal inscription, only beaten clay, hardened by use, yet that surface once held daily life. Someone knelt there to grind grain, someone spilled beer there, someone argued there, someone heard a child cough there in the night, someone dreamed there, perhaps of a dead parent, a vanished city, or a place they could not name. Nothing in the floor tells us the dream, but the floor tells us the dreamer existed. The same is true of a hearth. A hearth is a small centre of the world. It gathers warmth, food, conversation, smoke, insects, fatigue, and family. When archaeologists find charred grain or burned seeds in such places, radiocarbon dating may help place them within a range of time. The measurement is technical, but the result is intimate. A carbonized seed becomes a clock. A failed meal becomes a timestamp. A tiny piece of burned plant material, saved by accident through fire, can tell us when people cooked, stored, harvested, or suffered hunger. Science enters the ruin quietly. Radiocarbon dating does not replace imagination, but it disciplines it. Stratigraphy does not destroy wonder, but it gives wonder a spine. Lithic analysis may seem far from mystery, yet a stone blade can reveal choices of material, skill, movement, and contact. Residue analysis can suggest what vessels held. Botanical studies can reconstruct fields, diets, and landscapes. Zooarchaeology can identify animals eaten, herded, sacrificed, or revered. Genomic data from ancient remains can reveal ancestry, migration, kinship, disease, and mixture across populations whose languages are lost. Each method narrows the darkness in one direction while leaving it vast in another. For the question of memory, this is crucial. The ancient past is not a blank canvas for fantasy. It is a layered body of evidence. Yet it is also not fully solved. Between what can be measured and what was once felt lies a great, trembling distance. The archaeologist can identify a burial posture. The historian can compare funerary customs. The scientist can study bones. But whether the mourners believed the dead would return, rest, hunger, remember, forget, or watch from some hidden realm must often be approached through pattern, text, analogy, and caution. In Mesopotamia, the tale often reveals that the dead were not always far away. In some periods and places, burials occurred beneath houses or near domestic spaces. This does not mean every burial carried the same meaning. Customs varied by time, place, status, age, and household. Yet the closeness of dead and living suggests a world where ancestry was not abstract. The dead remained part of the social field. Their presence beneath floors or near homes made memory architectural. The house was not only shelter for the living, it was a chamber of continuity. To live above the dead is to inhabit time differently. Every step may cross an unseen lineage. Every meal may be eaten above those who once prepared meals in the same place. Every birth may occur near bones of earlier generations. Such arrangements do not prove a belief in past lives, but they do show that identity extended beyond the individual body. A person belonged to a chain. The household was a vessel of names, obligations, inheritances, and invisible dependencies. Forgetting the dead could be dangerous, not simply rude. The tale teaches this through layers. One layer may show a small house with storage jars and a simple courtyard. Another may show rebuilding. Another may show administrative expansion. Another may show a street cutting across older walls. Another may show destruction by fire. Another may show reoccupation. Human life appears as repetition with difference. People return to the same places, rebuild on the same ground, reuse old bricks, reshape older memories, and unknowingly seal earlier worlds beneath new floors. This is how civilizations forget while still standing on what they forgot. A later temple may rise above an earlier shrine whose original rites are no longer understood. A city may preserve an ancient divine name while changing the god's character. A festival may continue after the first myth behind it has faded. A royal inscription may claim eternal truth while covering older local traditions. The surface remains active, but beneath it are older meanings, compressed and hidden. The tell is therefore a perfect image for the human mind. At the surface, we have the life we can name. We know our family, our work, our fears, our memories, our ordinary griefs. Beneath that surface lie older layers, childhood impressions, forgotten sensations, inherited stories, cultural habits, ancestral wounds, perhaps even patterns carried through bodies and communities long before personal memory begins. Modern science speaks carefully of genetics, epigenetics, environment, and transmission across generations. Ancient myths spoke in the language of gods, ancestors, curses, blessings, and fate, both in different ways. Recognize that a person is not made only from the present moment. This is where the idea of erased past life memory becomes so haunting. It imagines the self as a buried tell, layer beneath layer, lives, names, bodies, loves, crimes, vows, deaths, and beginnings covered by the nuclei of birth. The surface life continues, unaware of what lies below, yet sometimes, perhaps, something rises, a fear without a source, a skill that feels remembered rather than learned, a dream with ancient architecture, a grief that seems too large for one lifetime. A historian cannot certify such things from a trench, but a historian can show why ancient people found such possibilities emotionally plausible. They lived among visible layers of recurrence. Cities died and returned. Fields failed and were restored. Rivers moved and left ghost channels. Families buried their dead beneath living rooms. Temples were rebuilt on older temples. Sacred names endured after meanings changed. The world itself seemed to say that nothing begins cleanly. Every beginning is built on a burial. The archaeologist opening a tell sees this truth with unusual clarity. The mound is not only debris, it is accumulated human insistence. People refuse to vanish, and yet they vanish. They build, and their buildings collapse. They write, and their tablets break. They worship, and their gods are renamed. They bury, and their graves are disturbed. They remember, and their memories become symbols whose explanations are lost. Still, the mound preserves enough to draw us closer. A jar rim, a seal, a bone needle, a mud brick stamped with a royal name, a child's anklet, a charred beam, a tablet fragment, a drain, a threshold worn by footsteps. Each object is modest, but each belonged to a complete world. And when that world is uncovered even briefly, it feels less like discovery than encounter. One does not conquer the past by excavating it. One approaches it as a guest. The deeper the trench goes, the more the ancient city reveals its discipline of remembering and forgetting. Here is the wall that replaced an older wall. Here is the floor that sealed a burial. Here is the ash of destruction beneath the rebuilding. Here is the shrine whose objects were carefully deposited. Here is the layer where a craft appears. Here is the layer where a craft disappears. Human beings lived through transitions they could not fully understand, and their descendants inherited the results as tradition. If the Anunnaki were imagined as powers of order, judgment, and cosmic authority, then the tell shows the earthly counterpart of their world. Everything has a layer. Everything has a place. Everything is buried under consequence. Nothing is entirely gone, yet almost nothing remains whole. The gods may remember the whole pattern. Humans live on the surface, and perhaps that is the deepest terror hidden in excavation. Not that the past has vanished, but that it remains beneath us, silent and active, shaping the ground while refusing to speak plainly. The mound holds memory, but not confession. It gives evidence, but not complete explanation. It opens under the archaeologist's hand, yet every answer reveals another sealed layer below. The tell opens. The dust lifts. The trench descends through houses, graves, fires, tablets, and thresholds. And somewhere in that downward journey, the mind begins to wonder whether human forgetting is not an empty space, but a covering layer, a layer placed over older lives, older names, older sorrows, and older knowledge, while the powers above and below keep the full account. Before kings were kings, someone had to stand between fear and meaning. Not every society begins with a throne. Not every authority first appears with a crown, a palace, a spear, or a written law. Sometimes power begins more quietly, in the person who remembers the right words when sickness enters a house, in the elder who knows when the moon is dangerous, the ritual specialist who can read smoke, blood, dreams, or the flight of birds, in the one who tells the anxious community why the river has risen too high, why the child has fever, why the dead will not rest, why the stars have changed their season. Long before royal inscriptions praised mighty rulers, human groups needed interpreters of the unseen. This was not foolishness. It was social intelligence under pressure, a community facing drought, disease, death, birth, hunger, conflict, and unpredictable weather must make decisions in a world where causes are rarely obvious. The modern mind can separate meteorology from morality, infection from angered spirits, trauma from curse, and astronomy from omen. Ancient communities often did not divide experience in that way. For them, meaning was not an optional layer placed on top of events. Meaning was part of the event itself. If a storm destroyed the fields, the question was not only what happened, it was why it happened, who had been offended, what pattern had been broken, what offering had failed, what sign had been ignored, and how the damaged relationship between humans and the unseen might be repaired. The earliest religious specialists gained authority because they claimed, or were believed, to manage that dangerous border. They did not necessarily rule by brute force. They ruled by interpretation. They held knowledge of ritual timing, sacred gestures, inherited chants, burial obligations, purification, sacrifice, taboo, astronomy, seasonal rhythm, and ancestral expectation. They knew where to stand, what to say, what to burn, what to wash, what to bury, what to avoid, and when to wait. In a world without written calendars for ordinary people, such knowledge was not abstract. It shaped planting, gathering, movement, feasting, mourning, marriage, warfare, and healing. The ability to connect human action to cosmic order created a form of power older than kingship. This is the soil from which priestly authority could grow. By the time temple cities emerged in southern Mesopotamia, this sacred authority had become more organized, more institutional, more closely tied to labor and wealth. But its roots lay in a much older human need. The need to believe that someone could speak to the hidden structure of things. The priest was not simply a believer. The priest was a technician of sacred order. The diviner was not simply a dreamer. The diviner was a reader of signs. The ritual expert was not simply a performer. The ritual expert was a guardian of dangerous procedures. This distinction matters because ancient religion was not only emotion, it was method. It had specialists, training, materials, timing, sequence, and correction. An offering could be done well or poorly. A purification could succeed or fail. A dream could be interpreted rightly or wrongly. An omen could be missed. A ritual impurity could spread. A word spoken incorrectly could weaken the act. Sacred power required precision. In that precision, social hierarchy deepened. The person who knows the right stands above the person who only fears the danger. The person who reads the sign stands above the person who only sees the event. The person who controls access to divine presence stands above the person waiting outside the sanctuary wall. Knowledge becomes protection, but it also becomes separation. Here we approach one of the oldest forms of inequality. Not only inequality of food, land, weapons, or labour, but inequality of memory. Some people remembered the sacred formulas, others did not. Some people carried genealogies, myths, and ritual sequences. Others received them only as public ceremony. Some people knew the meanings of objects hidden inside the temple. Others saw only the outer procession. Some people understood how the festival calendar linked city, god, king, river, field, and underworld. Others lived within the pattern without possessing the full design. The hidden past became a source of authority. This is not difficult to imagine. A community gathers at night. The air smells of ash, wool, sweat, and damp earth. A child has died. The family is broken with grief. The body has been prepared. The old women have keened. Men stand at the edge of the firelight, silent and helpless. Then the ritual specialist begins to speak. The words are old. Some of them may no longer be understood in ordinary speech. Their age gives them force. They seem not invented, but inherited from a time closest to the gods. The living listen because they need the dead to travel safely. They need death to have a road. They need grief to have a form. Whoever knows that form becomes necessary. Now imagine this need multiplied across villages, then towns, then cities, the rites of burial, the rites of birth, the rites of purification, the rites of temple service, the rites of harvest, the rites of kingship, the rites to avert plague, the rites to restore a disturbed ghost, the rites to read the will of gods, the rites to cleanse a house after misfortune. Each ritual creates dependence on those who know it. Authority grows not only from command, but from indispensable memory. When later kings appear, their power often depends on this older sacred logic. A king cannot merely be strong, he must be legitimate. He must stand within a cosmic order that makes his rule more than violence. He must be chosen, favoured, named, blessed, installed, or confirmed. Ritual transforms a powerful man into a ruler whose authority claims divine recognition. Without that transformation, he may be feared, but not fully sanctified. Thus, before kings were kings, priests and ritual systems helped create the language in which kingship could be understood. This is why the rise of priest-kings in early urban societies is so important. The figure who rules is not only a manager of labour, irrigation, defence, and storage. He becomes a mediator between the human community and the divine powers that authorise order. His body, clothing, titles, offerings, and public acts become part of the sacred machinery of the city. Political power dresses itself in religious memory. The ruler becomes a living knot tying together heaven, earth, ancestors, fields, workers, temples, and war. But with this knot comes danger. If power depends on sacred memory, then control over memory becomes political. Which origin story is told? Which god is honoured first? Which ancestor matters? Which old shrine is rebuilt, and which is allowed to collapse? Which festival receives grain from the storehouse? Which omen is announced publicly, and which is kept within the palace? Which tablet is copied, and which is forgotten in a corner of the archive? Civilization does not only organise labour, it organises remembrance. A city may look like streets, walls, canals, and houses, but beneath its visible shape lies a hierarchy of stories. People must know who they are, where they belong, whom they serve, and why the arrangement of life is not merely accidental. Sacred history provides that explanation. It tells the farmer that the field belongs within divine order. It tells the worker that labour has cosmic meaning. It tells the king that his throne is not only ambition, it tells the priest that his knowledge preserves the world, and it tells the ordinary person that some matters are beyond ordinary reach. The memory of past lives, if imagined in such a society, would threaten this structure precisely because it would give the individual a private access to a deeper past. A person who remembers beyond birth might no longer depend entirely on temple, genealogy, king, or ritual expert to explain identity. They might carry within themselves a competing archive. They might say, I was not only born into this household, I have been elsewhere. I have died before. I have served other gods. I have known other ranks. I have debts older than this city. Such a claim would be spiritually powerful and socially unstable. Perhaps this is why ancient systems so often place ultimate knowledge in divine hands. Humans may receive dreams, omens, and fragments, but not the full scroll of existence. The gods keep the complete account. Priests interpret signs, but do not become gods themselves. Kings claim favour, but remain mortal. The dead may trouble the living, but their realm is not open for ordinary travel. The underworld may be described, but not mastered. The boundary remains. The Anunnaki, as imagined powers of divine order and judgment, fit naturally into this world of boundaries. They stand above human memory as authorities of cosmic rank. They belong to the deep structure where destinies are weighed, roles are assigned, and the living do not see the whole design. If mortals are born forgetful, that forgetfulness may not appear as failure. It may appear as law, a law woven into the arrangement of existence. To be born is to enter a social body already waiting for you. A family gives you a name. A city gives you a god. A ruler gives you obligations. A ritual system gives you ceremonies. A burial tradition gives you the way your body may be remembered. You do not arrive with complete memory of other roads. You arrive open, dependent, teachable, and therefore shapeable. For any organized society, this is essential. A newborn who remembered everything might be impossible to govern. A population that recalled countless former lives might resist fixed hierarchy. A labourer might remember being noble. A prisoner might remember being judge. A woman denied authority might remember being priestess. A conquered captive might remember being conqueror. Social order depends, in part, on the mercy and violence of beginning again without full recall. Ancient people may not have framed it in these exact terms, but their myths circle the same abyss. Divine beings possess knowledge humans lack. Immortality is withheld. Fate is hidden. Death is unavoidable. The underworld receives all. Wisdom comes through suffering, but never completely. Human beings are allowed glimpses, never possession. The priest stands at the edge of that withheld world. His authority rests on nearness, not equality. He approaches the divine, but does not dissolve the distance. He remembers the ritual, but not necessarily the first origin of all things. He speaks the old words, but the gods remain older. He guards the threshold, but the threshold belongs to powers beyond him. So before kings were kings, and before cities hardened into states, the path was prepared by those who managed the sacred unknown. They taught communities how to fear properly, mourn properly, plant properly, offer properly, and remember properly. They turned chaos into ceremony. They turned private dread into public order. They made memory collective, disciplined, and useful. But they also helped make forgetting official. For every ritual that preserved a truth, another truth disappeared outside the circle of authorized speech. For every sacred name remembered, countless unnamed dead faded. For every temple tradition copied and repeated, older local memories may have been absorbed, renamed, or buried. And for every person born into the system, identity began not with recovered ancient selfhood, but with the assigned memories of family, city, God, and law. In the dim light of early authority, one can almost see the shape of the bargain. Humans would be given ritual instead of total knowledge. They would be given names instead of full remembrance. They would be given place instead of boundless identity. They would be given order instead of the dangerous freedom of remembering every life. And above them, in the unseen architecture of divine rule, the powers of judgment and destiny would keep what mortals could not carry. The older sacred world stands in silence before the first written names. It waits beyond the tablets, beyond the royal lists, beyond the hymns copied by trained scribes in cities of clay. It belongs to a time when human beings had not yet filled the earth with palaces, archives, armies, boundary stones, tax records, and monuments to kings. Yet it was not an empty time. It was not a blank childhood of the species. It was a world of hunters, gatherers, early cultivators, seasonal travellers, ritual builders, animal watchers, stone workers, mourners, singers, and dreamers. To enter that world, we must leave behind the arrogance that civilization is the beginning of intelligence. The people who raised the earliest sanctuaries did not write their thoughts. But silence is not stupidity. They carried maps in memory. They knew animal tracks in dust, mud, snow, and grass. They understood the ripening of wild grains, the behaviour of herds, the dangers of weather, the smell of water, the moods of predators, the timing of seasonal movement, and the craft of shaping stone into tools sharp enough to divide skin, fibre, bone, and wood. Their minds were trained by survival, but not limited to survival. They also made symbols. They gathered in places that were not merely practical. They carved animals that were not merely records of food. They buried the dead with gestures that were not merely disposal. They shaped space in ways that suggest memory, ceremony, fear, and reverence. Long before kings claimed descent from gods, human beings were already living inside sacred geographies. Among the most startling reminders of this older sacred world are the great prehistoric ritual centres of southeastern Anatolia. Their carved pillars, circular enclosures, animal reliefs, and deep radiocarbon dates force scholars to reconsider the relationship between ritual and settlement. These places were not cities in the later Mesopotamian sense. They were not surrounded by the full machinery of writing, bureaucracy, royal propaganda, and temple economies. Yet they show organisation, planning, repeated construction, and an investment of labour so immense that it must have been socially meaningful. The old assumption had been that agriculture created settled life, and settled life eventually produced temples. But such discoveries suggested a more complicated possibility. Perhaps sacred gathering helped pull people together. Perhaps ritual feasting created new demands for food. Perhaps the need to return to a special place, again and again, encouraged more fixed relationships with land. Perhaps the temple did not simply follow the village. Perhaps, in some places, the sacred centre helped summon the village into being. This possibility does not destroy the importance of agriculture. It deepens it. Farming remains one of the great transformations of human history, reshaping diet, labour, property, population, disease, gender roles, inheritance, and power. But the older sacred world reminds us that human beings did not become religious after becoming settled. They carried reverence, dread, and symbolic imagination into settlement. The first fields grew in soil already haunted by ancestors, animals, spirits, and places of return. Imagine a gathering at one of these early sanctuaries. The air is dry and sharp, the horizon is open. People arrive in small groups from different landscapes, carrying stone tools, skins, baskets, beads, pigments, food, and stories. Some have walked for days. Some may speak dialects unfamiliar to others. Some know one another through marriage ties, exchange, rivalry, ritual obligation, or seasonal meeting. Fires are lit, meat is roasted, stone blades flash in the low sun. Children stare at pillars taller than any person. Elders remember ceremonies performed when they were young. Younger people learn where to stand, when to be silent, when to dance, when to eat, when to watch. The pillars rise from the earth like beings. They are not random stones. Their forms suggest presence. Their surfaces carry animals, belts, arms, hands, symbols. and patterns that seem to hover between the human and the more than human. A fox may appear with eerie alertness. A snake may coil like a thought from underground. A bird may carry death or sky. A scorpion may mark danger. A wild boar may embody force. These are not gentle creatures of domestic comfort. They are animals of threshold, threat, hunger, speed, poison, and transformation. The people who carved them knew animals intimately, not as distant subjects in a book, but as neighbours, enemies, food, teachers, omens, and powers. In a hunter-gatherer world, animals were not background. They were central actors in the drama of existence. They appeared in dreams. They guided movement. They killed and were killed. They returned with the seasons. They seemed to know roads humans could not see. This intimacy may have shaped early ideas of the soul, if animals could vanish and return, if birds crossed sky and earth, if snakes disappeared into holes and emerged again, if vultures consumed the dead and lifted flesh into the air, then life itself might appear as a series of transformations rather than a simple line ending in darkness. A person might become ancestor, spirit, animal companion, dream visitor, or unseen presence. The boundary between living and dead may have felt permeable, but dangerous. The older sacred world was not soft. It was filled with death, infant death, injury, hunger, infection, exposure, childbirth, violence, animal attack, and sudden illness pressed constantly against the living. The dead did not vanish into hospital records or distant cemeteries. They were touched, carried, buried, sometimes reopened, sometimes arranged, sometimes remembered through skulls, bones, pigments, or domestic proximity. Death was physical, social, and spiritual. It demanded response. Some prehistoric communities treated skulls with particular care, removing, reshaping, plastering, painting, or displaying them in ways that suggest complex relationships with ancestors and identity. These practices varied across time and region, and they must not be reduced to one simple meaning. Yet they show that the head, the face, and the remembered person could remain powerful after death. A skull might become an ancestor presence, a ritual object, a memory vessel, or a focus of connection between living and dead. Here, memory was not written, it was embodied. It lived in bones, stones, gestures, pigments, songs, scars, ornaments, paths, and repeated gatherings. It lived in the trained body of a dancer. It lived in the hands of a carver. It lived in the elder who knew why a certain animal mattered. It lived in the child watching ceremony with wide eyes, absorbing meaning before understanding words. It lived in the landscape itself, where each hill, cave, spring, and burial place could carry stories older than any single life. And because memory lived this way, it was vulnerable. When a singer died without teaching a song, the song changed or vanished. When a group moved away, a shrine could fall silent. When one animal disappeared from a region, its symbolic role might become remote or mythic. When a ritual was repeated too long without explanation, action could outlive meaning. When farming transformed the relationship between people and land, older mobile memories may have been compressed into new settled forms. The older sacred world became the deep soil beneath later religion. By the time Mesopotamian gods were named in texts, the human imagination had already spent thousands of years wrestling with death, return, transformation, animal power, sacred places, and controlled memory. The Anunnaki emerged from literate civilization, but literate civilization itself grew from older layers of sacred practice. Beneath the divine councils of written myth lie countless unwritten ceremonies, where human beings asked who they were, where the dead had gone, and why the living seemed bound to forces older than themselves. The idea of past lives belongs naturally to such a world, even when not stated in a later doctrinal form. It grows from the felt continuity between generations. It grows from the sense that the dead remain near. It grows from the observation that life feeds on death, that seasons return, that animals migrate back, that children sometimes resemble the gone, that dreams collapse time, that places seem to remember more than people do. A child might be born with the eyes of an ancestor. A hunter might dream of an animal killed years earlier. A mourner might hear a dead voice in sleep. A person might feel drawn to a place they had never visited. In a world without rigid separation between psychology, religion, and nature, such experiences could become signs of continuity beyond one visible life. But continuity is not the same as full memory. The older sacred world may have valued traces more than explanations. A sign, a dream, a resemblance, a ritual, a bone, a carved animal, a place of gathering. These did not reveal everything. They hinted. They invited approach and caution. They made the unseen present without making it ordinary. This may be one of the oldest patterns in religion. Sacred truth must be partially hidden to remain sacred. If everyone remembered everything, ritual might lose its force. If every death immediately revealed its next form, mourning would change beyond recognition. If every child arrived speaking of other bodies and other names, lineage, household, and belonging would become unstable. The mystery of origin gives society its power to shape the young. The mystery of death gives ritual its urgency. The mystery of memory gives the sacred its depth. Long before the Anunnaki were named in clay, human beings may already have accepted that some knowledge comes only in fragments. The sacred center gathered people not to explain all things, but to place them within a relationship to what could not be fully explained. The pillar did not speak plainly. The skull did not tell the whole story. The animal carving did not translate itself. Meaning was approached through ceremony, not possession. In this sense, the older sacred world prepared the way for divine secrecy. It taught that power lives at thresholds, between human and animal, between living and dead, between wandering and settlement, between memory and forgetting, between the visible stone and the invisible being it might represent. Later gods would inherit these thresholds and give them names, temples, stories, and ranks. The Anunnaki would come to stand in a more organized universe of divine authority. But the emotional ground beneath them was already ancient. Human beings had long known that they were surrounded by presences they could not master. They had long built places where memory could gather. They had long feared that the dead were not entirely gone. They had long suspected that life might have roots deeper than birth. The older sacred world does not answer the question of erased memory. It gives the question its first landscape. A landscape of stone rings under cold stars. A landscape of animal eyes carved into pillars. A landscape of skulls remade with human care. A landscape where communities assembled not because the world was understood, but because it was not. And in that ancient uncertainty, one can feel the earliest form of the thought that later ages would place in the hands of gods. Perhaps the human soul is older than its present name, and perhaps the reason we do not remember is not because there is nothing to remember, but because memory itself belongs to the deepest chamber of the sacred. The age of forgotten souls begins wherever the living discover that the dead do not leave cleanly. They remain in the house, in the bloodline, in the dream, in the smell of old garments, in the shape of a jaw seen again in a child, in the field where a father fell, in the corner where a mother sang, in the name given to a newborn so that someone vanished might return in sound. Death ends the body, but it does not end relationship. This was one of the oldest truths known to human communities, and perhaps one of the earliest doors through which the idea of returning life entered the imagination. In ancient Mesopotamia, the dead had their own condition, their own needs, their own dangers. They were not usually imagined as moving into a bright world of reward and simple peace. The realm of the dead was shadowed, dusty, diminished, and difficult. The living had obligations toward those who had gone below: food, water, names, offerings, and proper burial mattered. A neglected dead person could become restless. A ghost could trouble the living. The boundary between household and underworld was not sealed by disbelief. It had to be managed. This management of the dead reveals something profound about memory. A person did not disappear at the moment of burial. Their continued place among the living depended upon acts of remembrance. The dead needed to be named. They needed to be fed through ritual. They needed descendants or caretakers to preserve their connection to the world above. Memory was not sentimental decoration. It was a form of maintenance. To forget the dead was to abandon them, yet every society eventually forgets. Names fall away. Generations blur. The face of a great-grandmother becomes a story, then a title, then nothing. A grave is disturbed. A house collapses. A city is conquered. A god is renamed. A family line fails. Clay tablets break. The living move elsewhere. The dead lose their audience. In that inevitable forgetting, ancient people may have felt one of the deepest wounds of mortal existence. If identity depends on memory, and memory always fails, then what becomes of the self? Does it dissolve? Does it wander? Does it wait? Does it return? Does it become part of a larger hidden order known only to the gods? Myths of descent and return grew from this wound. Across the ancient Near East, stories appear in which divine or semi-divine figures cross boundaries between worlds. A goddess descends into the underworld and is stripped of power. A dying god is mourned. A hero seeks knowledge beyond human reach. A flood destroys and remakes the human world. A king searches for immortality and discovers the unbearable limit placed upon mortals. These stories do not always teach rebirth in a simple way, but they circle the same emotional territory. Life is interrupted, power is taken away, knowledge is guarded. Return is possible, but never easy. The boundary can be crossed, but only at a price. This is the landscape in which forgotten souls become imaginable. A soul, in such a world, is not a modern private personality floating freely through time. It is a knot of breath, name, shadow, body, family, ritual, fate, and divine attention. Different ancient cultures divided the human being in different ways, and we should not force them into one neat system. Yet again and again, the dead are treated as continuing in some form, needing care, capable of contact, and subject to powers beyond ordinary life. If something continues after death, then the question follows quietly: can it ever return? The Mesopotamian evidence does not give us a clear doctrine of reincarnation as found in some later traditions elsewhere, but it gives us a powerful sense of incomplete death, ancestral presence, ghostly survival, and divine control over the conditions of existence. These ideas do not need to become formal reincarnation to feed the greater mystery. The human mind does not always begin with doctrine. It begins with experience. A child is born. An old expression appears on a new face. A dream repeats. A family pattern returns. A fear survives without teaching. A talent appears early and feels uncanny. A mourner senses that someone lost is not entirely gone. In a world filled with omens, such things would not feel meaningless. They would ask to be interpreted. An interpretation belonged to a world of power. The living did not have free access to the full condition of the dead. They needed rites, specialists, dreams, offerings, incantations, and divine favour. The underworld was not an open road. It was a realm with gates, keepers, rules, and dangers. This matters because it places memory under authority. If the dead continue, and if return or contact is possible in any form, then such movement does not belong simply to individual desire. It belongs to cosmic administration. Here, the Anunnaki become especially haunting, as divine powers associated in many traditions with judgment, rank, and the deeper order of existence. They stand near the imagined machinery, that decides what mortals may know and what they must not know. They are not merely sky figures shining above the world. They are linked to solemn regions where destinies are weighed, where the dead are counted, where divine authority becomes final. In the later imagination, it is not difficult to see how such beings could be thought of as guardians of the barrier between lives. If human beings once carried memories from one existence into another, such memories would be dangerous in almost every direction. They would disturb grief, they would confuse inheritance, they would weaken the authority of birth, they would challenge the power of priest and king to define identity. They would make every child a possible witness from another age. They would fill society with claims no court could settle. A woman might remember a buried city. A servant might remember a throne. A warrior might remember having killed the grandfather of his current master. A child might speak of a mother from another household. A criminal might claim punishment for a life no one else recalls. The world would become crowded not only with the dead, but with unresolved continuities. For an ordered civilization, forgetting may have been mercy. For divine authority, forgetting may have been law. To be born without full memory is to be born available to the present. You can be named by your parents. You can be taught the gods of your city. You can be placed into a household, a trade, a gendered expectation, a social rank, a ritual calendar, and a political order. Your body becomes the proof of your identity because your older story is hidden. Your first cry becomes the beginning because no other beginning can be publicly claimed. In this sense, erased memory is not merely loss, it is social creation. The newborn is made into a member of the world by being separated from whatever came before. The child learns the language of the living, not the speech of the dead. The child receives stories from elders, not from personal recollection of other ages. The child is taught which ancestors matter, which gods must be honoured, which fields belong to whom, which work is proper, which fears are reasonable, which names are sacred. Forgetting opens the soul to instruction, but something may remain. Ancient people understood that not all knowledge is spoken. Some knowledge appears as omen, impulse, dream, resemblance, or destiny. A person may be marked before they understand the mark. A king may be chosen before he knows the full meaning of kingship. A child may be dedicated to a deity. A dream may announce a future. A birth sign may carry significance. A misfortune may be read as the return of an older imbalance. The past may be hidden, but its pressure can still be felt. This is the essence of forgotten souls. They do not remember clearly, but they are not empty. They carry traces. The idea is especially powerful because it resembles the archaeological record itself. We do not possess the whole ancient past. We possess fragments, a broken tablet, a carved sign, a burial position, a seed, a wall foundation, a name in a king list, a myth copied centuries after its earliest form. From these fragments, we sense a vanished whole. We cannot fully restore it, but we cannot deny that it existed. Perhaps human memory of older lives, if imagined poetically, would work the same way. Not a complete archive, but fragments rising through the soil of the mind. A sudden fear of water, a love for desert light, a sorrow before an ancient object, a sense of recognition before a ruined wall, a dream of stairs descending into darkness, a voice calling from beneath the earth. The rational historian must be cautious. Such experiences cannot be placed directly into the evidence of Mesopotamian religion without distortion. Yet the storyteller of ancient humanity can recognize why these experiences would find shelter among myths of descent, underworld journeys, divine judgment, and hidden knowledge. They belong to the same emotional family. They arise from the same wound between continuity and loss. The living feel older than they can prove. The dead feel nearer than they should. The gods seem to know why. This is why the ancient stories of descent are so important. A descent myth is never merely travel. It is an encounter with the hidden structure beneath visible life. To descend is to lose status, clothing, power, certainty, and sometimes memory itself. The one who goes down is stripped. The world below does not accept the surface identity of the living. It demands another kind of truth. Birth may be the reverse descent. The soul enters the world above, but also loses something. It is clothed in flesh. It is given a name. It is placed in a family. It is fed with milk, language, and custom. It rises into daylight. Yet perhaps the cost of that rising is the loss of the road behind it. The newborn arrives helpless, not because it has no history, but because the doorway has closed. Only time will tell what future discoveries will be made, and perhaps no discovery will ever answer this directly. No tablet may appear that says the Anunnaki erased the memory of past lives in the plain terms modern curiosity desires. Ancient truth rarely arrives so obediently, but the pattern remains suggestive. Divine powers guard knowledge. The dead continue in hidden form. Human beings are born limited. Ritual preserves some memory while sealing other knowledge away. The underworld is near, but not open. The past survives as trace, not possession. That is enough to make the question endure in the quiet of night. When the old city sleeps, imagine a mother holding her newborn near the doorway of a mud brick house. Beneath the floor lie the bones of ancestors. Beyond the city wall, fields drink from canals. Above the roof, stars burn with the same distant authority they held over generations now dead. Somewhere in the temple, offerings wait before a divine image. Somewhere below all houses and fields lies the dark country of the dead. The child opens its eyes. The mother sees someone new. The ancestors may see someone returning. And the gods, if they remember the whole design, remain silent. Pillars, skulls, and silence speak in a language older than writing. They do not explain themselves. They do not unfold like a tablet in the hand of a trained reader. They do not give a neat account of who stood there, who mourned there, who sang there, who trembled there, or who believed the dead were listening from some chamber beneath the visible world. They simply remain, stubborn and mute, forcing the mind to slow down. A stone pillar rises where no voice survives. A skull is found where a face once carried love, anger, hunger, age, and recognition. A ritual space lies emptied of the people who made it sacred. These are among the most powerful traces in the study of deep human antiquity, because they bring us close to the places where memory and body meet. A written archive records what a society chose to preserve in signs. A pillar, a skull, a chamber, or a deliberate deposit preserves something more difficult to name. It preserves an act. It preserves attention. It tells us that people cared enough to arrange the world in a way that exceeded ordinary need. The T-shaped pillars of early sanctuary landscapes are especially haunting because they stand between form and personhood. Some are carved with arms and hands. Some carry belts, animals, symbols, or clothing-like details. They are not statues in the later royal sense, not portraits of kings or clear images of known deities with names preserved in texts. They occupy a stranger threshold. They may represent beings, ancestors, spirits, powerful presences, or symbolic bodies. They appear human and not human at the same time. That ambiguity matters. A fully named god belongs to a stable tradition. A fully human statue belongs to the world of recognizable likeness. But a pillar that suggests a body without a face leaves the viewer in a more ancient uncertainty. It invites presence without revealing identity. It seems to say that the sacred may stand among humans, but not in a form that humans can wholly master. It may have hands, but no expression. It may have a body, but no voice. It may be near, yet unknowable. If memory once had guardians, they may have been imagined in such forms long before later cultures gave them names. Around these pillars, animals appear with intense symbolic force. Foxes, snakes, birds, wild boars, scorpions, and other creatures seem to move across stone as if they belong to a realm where Human order has not yet domesticated the world. They do not decorate a peaceful garden. They press toward danger, transformation, appetite, speed, poison, and death. Their bodies suggest that sacred space was not safe in the sentimental sense. It was powerful because it brought people near forces that could unsettle ordinary identity. The snake slips underground and returns. The bird rises into the air and feeds on death. The fox moves at the edge of camp and wilderness. The boar carries violent strength. The scorpion belongs to hidden danger. Such creatures naturally gather around questions of passage. Where do the dead go? What crosses between worlds? What survives when flesh opens, dries, decays, or is consumed? What part of a human being can pass into another realm? What part remains among the living as bone, name, dream, or fear? The skull brings these questions into sharper focus. Across parts of the ancient Near East, skulls were sometimes separated, modified, plastered, painted, buried, displayed, or handled in ways that suggest a profound relationship with memory and identity. We must be careful not to force one meaning onto all such practices. Some may have involved ancestor veneration. Some may have marked status. Some may have helped the living maintain ties with the dead. Some may have participated in rituals whose details are completely lost. Still, the central fact remains. The human head mattered. The face is where memory recognizes a person. A hand may labour, a back may bend, a foot may travel. But the face gathers identity. It is where children learn love. It is where grief returns most sharply after death. It is where old age writes its slow script. It is where the living seek the person inside the body. When a face is gone, memory begins to struggle. A skull is not a face, yet it is close enough to wound the heart. It is the architecture beneath recognition. To plaster or reshape a skull is to resist the total disappearance of the face. It may be an attempt to keep the dead socially present. It may be an act of devotion, fear, mourning, or authority. It may create an ancestor who can be seen, approached, and remembered. It may transform death into a presence that can remain within the community. Whatever its exact meaning in each case, it reveals an ancient refusal to let the dead dissolve into nothing. Here the question of past lives becomes more intimate. A skull is both a remnant and a boundary. It belonged to one person, one body, one life. Yet when it is handled by descendants, restored with plaster, or placed within ritual space, it also becomes more than that person. It becomes a vessel of continuity. It carries the possibility that identity is not sealed inside a single lifespan. The dead may remain active through the living. The ancestor may shape fertility, inheritance, protection, fear, and belonging. The individual may become part of a larger ancestral presence. In such a world, to be born is not simply to appear from nowhere. A child enters a field already crowded with the dead. Names wait, resemblances are noticed, dreams are reported, omens are read. Family lines carry expectations. The living may wonder which ancestor has returned in features, temperament, fate, or blessing. Even without a formal doctrine of reincarnation, the emotional pattern is close. The new life is understood through older lives. The past presses into the body. Modern genomic data gives this intuition another language. It shows that bodies carry ancestry in material form. It traces migrations, mixtures, kinship, and population histories across thousands of years. It can reveal that people living in one place were connected to distant regions, that communities changed through movement and intermarriage, that the body is an archive of journeys no individual remembers. This is not the same as remembering a past life, but it gives scientific weight to the feeling that the self begins long before personal memory. The ancient person did not need genomic data to feel this. They saw it in resemblance, descent, burial, inheritance, and obligation. A child carried the face of the dead, a household carried the names of the dead, a ritual carried the gestures of the dead, a field carried the labour of the dead, a temple carried the offerings of the dead. Life itself looked like a continuation of vanished hands, yet silence remains at the centre. The skull does not say whether the dead remembered the living. The pillar does not say whether it represented a god, ancestor, spirit, or cosmic being. The ritual space does not say whether the people who entered it believed in rebirth, transformation, protection, or judgment. This silence is not a failure of archaeology. It is part of the ancient encounter. Sacred things often work by withholding. The unknown is not an empty background, but a force within the experience. People do not gather only around what is explained. They gather around what cannot be explained, but must still be faced. A ritual space filled with pillars and skulls may have functioned like a carefully held silence. People entered, saw, moved, listened, offered, remembered, feared. The place did not need to provide a doctrine in the modern sense. Its power came from arrangement, repetition, bodily experience, and inherited expectation. It taught through atmosphere. It pressed meaning into the senses. The coolness of stone under the hand, the smell of earth and smoke, the sight of animal forms cut into pale surfaces, the presence of human remains, the sound of feet inside an enclosure, the knowledge that others had stood there before and that others would stand there after. These are not small things. They train memory. They teach the body that time is layered, that the living are surrounded, that identity is not sealed inside the skin, that the visible world is only one face of existence. Later civilizations would build temples with more formal theology. They would write myths, list gods, sign priestly roles, develop calendars, and connect sacred architecture to political power. But the older lesson remained beneath them. The dead are close. The sacred is guarded. Meaning requires form. Memory must be housed. Some knowledge is approached through ceremony, not explanation. When the Anunnaki appear in the written imagination of Mesopotamia, they inherit a world already trained by such silences. Their authority feels immense because human beings had long believed that unseen powers stood behind the order of life and death. Their possible role as keepers of hidden memory feels plausible within that ancient pattern, not because one can point to a single line and declare it proven, but because the whole sacred landscape moved around with held knowledge. The pillars with no speaking faces, the skulls with remade human presence, the ritual chambers where the dead and the living met without full explanation. All of these teach that memory was never only mental. It was material. It was architectural. It was bodily. It was social. It was buried, displayed, handled, renewed, and hidden. If memories of past lives were imagined as something dangerous or sacred, they would not need to be erased like writing scraped from a tablet. They could be buried like an older floor beneath a newer house. They could be covered like a skull beneath plaster. They could be transformed like a living face into an ancestral object. They could remain present without being accessible. That is the strange power of ritual memory. It does not always preserve by clarity. Sometimes it preserves by concealment. A community may forget the original name of a sacred being but keep standing before its pillar. A family may forget the details of an ancestor's life but keep honouring the skull. A city may forget the oldest reason for a festival but continue the procession. A soul may forget its earlier road but carry a trace in fear, longing, talent, or dream. The surface changes. The hidden layer remains. This is why pillars, skulls, and silence belong so deeply to the mystery of erased memory. They show that ancient people did not treat the past as dead information. They treated it as power. They touched it carefully. They placed it in stone. They shaped it in bone. They surrounded it with rites. They allowed some of it to be seen and some of it to remain hidden. The sacred was not the opposite of memory. It was memory under protection, and perhaps in the oldest human places, where carved animals watched over faceless pillars and ancestral skulls carried the vanished architecture of recognition. People already understood something that later myths would give to the gods. Not every memory can be returned to the living without changing the order of the world. The climate that broke time did not arrive as a single trumpet blast from the sky. It came through cold, hunger, shifting rain, failing plants, altered migrations, restless rivers, and the slow terror of familiar patterns becoming unreliable. For people living near the end of the last ice age, the world was not a stable stage on which human history unfolded. It was a moving force. It changed beneath their feet. It changed above their heads. It changed in the bones of animals, in the flowering of grasses, in the paths of herds, in the level of lakes, in the reach of deserts, and in the memory of elders who could still recall a different season before the young had words for it. Modern science gives one of these great disturbances a name, the Younger Dryas. It was a period of abrupt climatic cooling that began roughly 12,900 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. The precise causes and regional effects remain subjects of scientific study, but its importance for human history is immense. In many parts of the Near East, communities living through this climatic instability faced altered rainfall, changing vegetation, pressure on wild food resources, and new demands for adaptation. The Earth itself seemed to be renegotiating the conditions of life. For ancient people, there was no phrase like climate event. There was only the felt world, a spring that came late, a herd that no longer crossed the same valley, a stand of wild grain that yielded less than expected, a dry wind that stayed too long, a cold season that bit deeper than memory allowed, a child crying from hunger while elders argued over whether the old sign still meant what they once meant. This is where history becomes deeply human. Climatic change is not only temperature and rainfall, it is memory breaking. It is the old calendar failing in the mind. It is the trusted relationship between story and season becoming uncertain. It is a landscape that no longer obeys the inherited instructions of grandparents. When the world changes faster than tradition can explain, people do not only seek food, they seek meaning. The Younger Dryas and later environmental stresses did not simply push human beings toward new economies. They may also have intensified ritual, gathering, social negotiation, and sacred interpretation. When survival becomes uncertain, people ask more urgently why the powers have turned. They gather at places of meaning. They repeat ceremonies with greater intensity. They search for patterns in sky, animal behaviour, dreams, illness, and death. They look for someone who can read the disturbance. In this way, climate can become theology. A drought is never just a drought when people believe the world is morally and spiritually alive. A flood is never just water when it destroys fields, drowns animals, breaks walls, and carries away the dead. An altered migration is never just ecology when the animals are also symbols, providers, and possible messengers. Environmental trauma enters myth, because myth is where communities place fear too large for ordinary speech. The ancient Near East knew both drought and flood as forces of transformation. Rivers could bless or punish. Marshes could sustain life or become barriers. Irrigation could create abundance, but also salt the fields over time. Rain-fed regions could flourish for generations, then suffer long stress. The Fertile Crescent was fertile, but never simple. Its abundance depended on delicate rhythms, and those rhythms could fail. Now imagine the human mind living through repeated environmental uncertainty across centuries. A settlement is abandoned because water shifts. A burial ground is left behind. A shrine loses its visitors. A clan moves and carries only part of its old ritual knowledge. A child grows up hearing stories of a valley no longer occupied. A generation later, the valley becomes myth. Another generation later, the myth becomes origin. Another generation later, the origin is attached to gods. This is how environmental change becomes sacred memory, and how sacred memory becomes partial forgetting. The people may remember that something terrible happened, but not the full chain of causes. They may remember the flood, but not the rainfall pattern, river behaviour, settlement decisions, and upstream changes behind it. They may remember the hunger, but not the ecological sequence. They may remember the place lost, but not the social debates that preceded departure. What remains is compressed into story, The gods were angry. The old world ended. The waters rose. The people were scattered. The land was remade. Someone survived and carried the tale. Such patterns echo across many ancient traditions because environmental rupture is one of the great teachers of myth. Catastrophe does not need to be global to feel total to those who endure it. A flooded valley is a world drowned. A failed harvest is an apocalypse at household scale. A river changing course can erase the sacred geography of a community. When the ground of memory disappears, the mind reaches for cosmic explanation. In Mesopotamia, flood stories became especially powerful because the land itself was river-made and river-threatened. The alluvial plain was a gift of moving water, but it could also become a grave. A great flood-in story is not merely an event. It is a statement about human vulnerability before forces that exceed law, brick, field, and king. It says that civilization can be washed back into mud. It says that memory can survive only if carried by a remnant. It says that divine decision can reset human time. This idea of reset matters to the question of past lives. A flood myth is a civilization imagining discontinuity. There was a world, then it ended. There were people, then most were gone. There was memory, then only fragments survived. Those who came after lived on the far side of a rupture they could never fully reconstruct. They inherited not the whole past, but the tale of its destruction. Birth may feel like that on the scale of a soul. There was a life, then it ended. There was memory, then most was gone. There was a self, then only traces survived. The new life begins on the far side of a private flood. The comparison is poetic, but ancient thought often worked by such correspondences. The body, the city, the land, and the cosmos reflected one another. A sick body could mirror disorder. A conquered city could mirror divine abandonment. A flood could mirror judgment. A birth could mirror renewal. A forgotten former life, if imagined, could be understood through the same logic as a buried city after disaster, not annihilated entirely, but inaccessible beneath layers of change. Environmental stress also reshaped social structure. When food becomes uncertain, cooperation may intensify, but so may hierarchy. Storage becomes power. Control over water becomes power. Knowledge of seasons becomes power. Ritual authority becomes power. The person who claims to know why the sky has withheld rain, or how the gods may be appeased, becomes more important. The community under stress may accept stronger leadership if that leadership promises order against chaos. Thus, climate does not merely change landscapes, it helps create institutions. Canals must be dug and maintained. Fields must be organized. Labor must be coordinated. Storage must be guarded. Disputes must be settled. Offerings must be made. Calendars must be observed. Priests, managers, elders, and eventually kings stand within these needs. Environmental uncertainty presses people towards systems that can preserve continuity, but systems preserved by selecting. A central authority may gather scattered memories into an official story. A temple may reinterpret older local rites under the name of a city god. A palace may claim that its ruler restored order after chaos. A scribe may record the king's version of disaster, while ordinary grief disappears unrecorded. The memory of climate becomes the memory of divine favour, royal failure, divine punishment, or miraculous survival. The deeper causes sink beneath the story. This does not make the story false. It makes it human. Ancient narratives are not laboratory reports. They are vessels for meaning under pressure. They preserve emotional truth, social truth, ritual truth, and sometimes echoes of environmental trauma. But they do not preserve everything, like the mind after shock. They remember images, water, darkness, hunger, divine anger, a saved remnant, a new beginning. The Anunnaki belong to a religious universe in which such upheavals could be understood as decisions from beyond ordinary human sight. Divine counsels, decrees, and judgments offered a way to imagine disaster as part of cosmic administration rather than meaningless collapse. If humans forgot earlier worlds, perhaps it was because worlds themselves had been broken. If the dead could not fully return with their memories, perhaps the passage through death was like passage through flood, stripping away all but what the gods allowed to survive. The climate that broke time also broke trust in simple continuity. It taught human beings that the old world can vanish while life continues. It taught that memory can fail even when survival succeeds. It taught that people may carry ruins inside their stories. It taught that abundance is temporary, that settlement is vulnerable, that gods may seem near in crisis and silent in aftermath. In a night of cold wind, somewhere near a shrinking water source, a group of people may have listened to an elder describe seasons that no longer came. The young may have wondered whether the elder spoke truth or legend. A ritual may have been performed to call back animals or rain. A child may have fallen asleep beside the fire, hearing of a lost green place they would never see. That child would grow with a memory of a memory. Their children would inherit a story. Their grandchildren might inherit a myth. And far beyond them, civilizations would write of destroyed worlds, hidden decrees, divine anger, and beginnings after catastrophe. This is how climate enters the soul of history. It turns change into rupture, rupture into story, story into sacred inheritance, and sacred inheritance into a map of what can be remembered and what must remain hidden. Perhaps, then, the erased memory of past lives is not only a myth about souls, it is also a mirror of humanity's oldest environmental wound. We have lived through worlds that ended. We have crossed thresholds where the past became unreachable. We have survived by forgetting enough to begin again, while remembering enough to fear that something vast was lost. The wind moves across dry ground. The river shifts in its bed. The old path disappears. The people gather near the fire, asking why the world has changed. No answer comes whole. Only fragments remain, carried forward like seeds through darkness. Genomic shadows move through the human story like rivers underground. They do not speak in myths. They do not carve their names onto temple walls. They do not stand in procession before kings. They pass through bone, blood, birth, migration, hunger, marriage, disease, violence, and survival. Long after a language disappears, long after a god is forgotten, long after a village becomes dust beneath the plough, traces of vanished people may remain inside the living body. This is one of the quiet revelations of modern science. Genomic data has given archaeology a new kind of memory, one carried not by clay tablets or carved stone, but by the biological inheritance of human remains, from ancient teeth, bones, and fragments carefully recovered from burials. Researchers can sometimes reconstruct patterns of ancestry, kinship, population movement, and mixture across deep time. A skeleton is no longer only a skeleton. It may become a map of journeys that no individual in life could have fully known. This does not make the ancient dead simple to read. The science is delicate. Preservation varies. Samples are uneven. Interpretation requires caution. DNA is not destiny, and ancestry is never the same as culture, language, identity, or belief. People can adopt customs, speak new tongues, worship new gods, marry into new communities, and become part of societies whose biological roots are mixed and changing. Yet genomic evidence has opened a powerful window onto something ancient people sensed in other terms. No human being begins alone. Each body is a gathering. The child born in a mud brick house beside a Mesopotamian canal was not merely the child of two parents. That body carried older movements, older unions, older separations, older survivals. It carried people who had crossed mountains, followed herds, entered valleys, endured drought, fled conflict, adapted to new food, and vanished as named communities. Some ancestors may have been remembered in household stories. Most were not. Their names had fallen away. Their faces were gone. Their songs were gone. Yet something of them continued below memory. Here, Scientific evidence and ancient intuition meet in a strange half-light. The Mesopotamian person might not know genomic inheritance, but they knew lineage. They knew descent. They knew that fathers and mothers lived on in children. They knew that family patterns endured. They knew that a house had roots deeper than one generation. They knew that the dead, if properly honoured, remained socially meaningful. They knew that identity came from a chain extending beyond the visible self. Modern genomics gives that chain another form. It shows that ancestry is not only remembered through names, but carried through matter. It reveals that people who thought of themselves as one community might contain histories of many old communities. It reveals that migration is not an exception in human history, but one of its deep conditions. It reveals that the body is an archive written by countless lives that the mind cannot recall. That last point is the most haunting. The body remembers what consciousness forgets, not as personal images, not as stories of who one loved or feared in another age, not as a voice speaking from the bone, but as inherited susceptibility, adaptation, resemblance, and deep biological continuity. The skin, the face, the immune system, the shape of a jaw, the metabolism of food, the tolerance of disease, the traces of distant kinship, all carry the marks of those who lived and died before. Ancient people expressed this mystery through ancestors, bloodlines, blessings, curses, family spirits, and divine allotments. Their language differed from ours, but the human feeling beneath it remains recognizable. We are more than the present self. We are crowded with the dead. In the world of the Anunnaki, this crowding would not be considered merely biological. It would be cosmic and social. A person belonged to a household, a city, a god, a fate, a burial tradition, and a network of obligations extending backward and forward through time. The divine powers did not look upon isolated individuals in the modern sense. They looked upon houses, kingships, cities, lands, and destinies. The self was embedded. If the memory of past lives was hidden, the body still carried a different kind of past. This may be one of the reasons the idea of erased memory feels so powerful. It reflects a real human condition. We are shaped by lives we do not remember. We inherit consequences without inheriting explanations. We carry fear, strength, illness, resilience, and resemblance from people whose names are lost. We begin life already written upon, yet unable to read the script. This is not fantasy. It is the ordinary tragedy of ancestry. A child may inherit the benefits of a long adaptation to climate, diet, or disease without knowing the hunger and danger that shaped it. A family may carry trauma in behaviour, silence, caution, discipline, or grief without knowing the original wound. A community may preserve a custom whose first purpose has vanished. A city may continue worship in a temple whose deepest origin is no longer understood. Memory fades at the level of language, but consequences remain at the level of life. This is how forgotten pasts survive. They do not always survive as stories, they survive as patterns. In ancient Mesopotamia, population movement was constant across the long span of history. Rivers invited settlement and exchange. Trade routes drew materials from distant lands. Pastoral groups moved across margins. Conquest displaced people. Marriages joined households. Workers, captives, merchants, scribes, priests, soldiers, and migrants entered cities where identities could merge, separate, or be renamed. The city was never only a container of one pure people. It was a gathering point of many streams. Clay tablets may record some of these movements through names, languages, goods, and political events, but they cannot preserve all the human complexity behind them. Genomic data reminds us that beneath the official story of a city lies a deeper story of bodies meeting, families forming, strangers becoming kin, and descendants forgetting the roads that brought them together. This forgetting can be peaceful, but it can also be violent. Conquest often erases names, enslavement breaks lineage, Deportation separates the living from ancestral graves. Famine forces movement. Drought empty settlements. New rulers rename old spaces. New gods absorb older cults. A person may survive by becoming part of a new order, but the cost may be the loss of older memory. Their children inherit the body, but not the story. If the Anunnaki were imagined as keepers of cosmic order, their world would include such transformations. They would stand above the great ledger of destinies in which peoples rise, mix, vanish, and return in altered form. Humans experience these changes as grief and confusion. Divine powers, in myth, may be imagined as seeing the pattern whole. They know what mortals cannot. They remember the names swallowed by time, and yet, if gods remember everything, why do humans remember so little? One answer is that human life could not bear total remembrance. To remember every ancestor would crush the mind. To remember every migration, every hunger, every death, every betrayal, every lost child, every abandoned shrine, every language that dissolved into another, would make ordinary life impossible. Forgetting allows the living to act. It reduces the unbearable immensity of inheritance into a manageable identity. I am this person. This is my name. This is my family. This is my city. This is my God. This is my life. Such simplification is necessary, but it is also a wound, because beneath that simple identity, the larger truth remains. A person is a living surface above immeasurable depth. A single birth contains multitudes. A single face carries vanished worlds. A single fear may have roots older than any remembered cause. A single talent may feel like a gift because the training that shaped its possibility occurred across generations too numerous to name. This is why the metaphor of past lives refuses to disappear. It gives personal shape to a collective truth. It says, perhaps I have lived before, because in some sense, countless lives are living through me. Perhaps I remember nothing, because the gods, nature, or the structure of existence has sealed the archive. Perhaps what I call instinct is an older memory without pictures. Perhaps what I call destiny is inheritance speaking in a language I cannot translate. Ancient societies often place such mysteries under divine rule. A birth was not merely biology. It could be omen, blessing, danger, or sign. A deformity, unusual talent, strange dream, or remarkable resemblance might be interpreted through sacred frameworks. The unusual child might be watched carefully. The household might consult specialists. The gods might be asked what such a sign meant. Where modern science sees variation, ancient religion often saw message. This does not mean ancient people were wrong to seek meaning. They were responding to the same strangeness that genomic science now reveals in another way. The present body is not self-explanatory. It is made from histories beyond conscious reach. The human being is evidence of forgotten lives, not necessarily in the literal sense of one soul, moving from body to body with memories removed. That remains a mystery outside the tools of archaeology. But in the historical and biological sense, every person is the result of innumerable vanished lives whose choices, sufferings, migrations, and survivals continue without being remembered. The living are archives that cannot read themselves. This may be one of the deepest sources of religious imagination. Human beings feel the depth within them before they can explain it. They sense that they are not new in a simple way. They feel inherited fear, inherited longing, inherited belonging. They stand in ancient landscapes and feel recognition without knowledge. They touch ruins and feel grief for people never known. They dream of roads that might be only imagination, yet seem older than waking life. The clay tablet preserves official memory. The burial preserves bodily presence. The genome preserves descent without story. Each one is powerful and each one is incomplete. The tablet can name a king, but not every ancestor behind him. The burial can hold a body, but not the person's vanished thoughts. The genome can trace ancestry, but not songs, prayers, guilt, love, or the shape of a dream. Together, they reveal a human past far deeper than any one method can master, and so the silence returns. The more science discovers, the larger the hidden world becomes. Genomic data does not end mystery. It changes its form. It shows that we carry the past more literally than older scholars imagined, yet it also shows how little of that past reaches consciousness. It confirms that memory and inheritance are not the same. The body may preserve what the mind cannot enter. In the long imagination of the Anunnaki, this division becomes sacred drama. The gods hold the full account. The living carry traces. Birth gives a body, but not the book of all its causes. Death returns the person to a realm where perhaps, beyond human certainty, the account is opened again. A bone lies in the ground. A tooth holds a signal from a vanished lineage. A scientist reads a pattern of ancestry across millennia. A storyteller hears another question beneath the data. How many lives are required to make one life? How many forgotten roads meet in a single human face? And if the deepest past is written inside us, why are we born unable to remember it? The Anunnaki as order stand at the centre of a world that feared disorder more than almost anything else. To modern eyes, order may sound cold, even lifeless. It may suggest rules, lists, ranks, walls, and commands. But in the ancient riverlands, order was survival. Order was the canal cleared before the water rose. Order was the field measured before barley was sown. Order was the offering placed before the god at the proper hour. Order was the dead person given a name, a place, and water. Order was the king established beneath divine sanction, the scribe recording grain, the priest reciting the words that kept invisible danger from entering the city. Without order, the river flooded wrongly. Without order, the field turned bitter. Without order, the dead grew restless. Without order, the god withdrew favour. Without order, the city became mud again. The Anunnaki belonged to this ancient hunger for structure. They were not merely supernatural figures placed above the world for ornament. They represented, in different texts and traditions, the weight of divine hierarchy, ancient authority, judgment, and the arrangement of existence. They belonged to a universe in which powers were ranked, realms were divided, destinies were assigned, and human life unfolded beneath decisions made beyond ordinary sight. This is why their name carries such gravity. They are not playful gods of passing weather. They are not local spirits hiding in a single grove. They are part of the deep architecture of the sacred. When later imagination asks whether such beings could erase the memory of past lives, the question gains force because the Anunnaki already inhabit the symbolic region, where divine administration meets human limitation. They stand where order becomes fate. In Mesopotamian thought, fate was not merely personal preference or private destiny. It could be something decreed, assigned, fixed, or proclaimed by divine power. Kingship itself could be imagined as descending from the gods. Cities could rise under divine patronage and fall under divine abandonment. Humans could work, pray, build, and plead, but they could not see the whole decree. The gods held the tablets of destiny in the imagination of myth. The divine assembly could establish what mortals must endure. Such ideas do not arise in a vacuum. They reflect the lived realities of early states. A city must organize thousands of people who do not all know one another. It must command labor for canals, walls, temples, storage, and defense. It must measure land, settle disputes, collect produce, distribute rations, and maintain ritual. This requires more than strength. It requires a story powerful enough to make organization feel sacred. The city must become more than a human agreement. It must become a reflection of cosmic order. The gods provide that reflection. The temple becomes the center because divine presence is believed to stabilize the city. The king rules because he claims to protect or embody order under divine authority. The priest serves because correct ritual maintains the relationship between human community and cosmic power. The scribe records because memory must become accountable. The worker labours because labour is folded into a sacred economy. Even hardship can be interpreted as part of a system greater than the individual. The Anunnaki, as powers of ranked divine order, give the highest background to this arrangement. They are the kind of beings before whom even kings must stand small. Their authority places human hierarchy inside a larger hierarchy. The king may rule the city, but the divine council rules fate. The priest may know ritual, but the gods know the hidden reason. The scribe may record grain and labour, but the cosmic account remains beyond clay. The ordinary person may remember family, obligation, and grief, but not the full history of the soul. Order always has levels. At the lowest level, order is practical. Canals, fields, storage jars, streets, walls. At the social level, order is rank, parent, child, elder, worker, priest, ruler. At the ritual level, order is purity, offering calendar, year, sacred speech. At the cosmic level, order is destiny, divine counsel, underworld, heaven, and the unseen law by which mortals are born and die. A civilization that thinks in these levels can easily imagine memory as something also arranged by rank. Not all beings know the same amount. Not all knowledge belongs to all realms. Gods remember more than kings. Kings remember more officially than commoners. Scribes preserve more than the illiterate. Ancestors remember some things, perhaps, but the underworld keeps them in shadow. Newborns receive life, but not the full archive of existence. This is not accidental forgetfulness. It is ordered forgetfulness. The very phrase feels strange, but it captures something essential. In such a world-view, limits are not merely defects, they are boundaries placed within creation. Humans do not fly like birds. Humans do not live like gods. Humans do not see the future except through uncertain signs. Humans do not return from death at will. Humans do not know every divine reason. Humans do not remember all that may have come before birth. The boundary defines the creature. To be mortal is to live inside partial knowledge. This partial knowledge helps preserve social order. If everyone knew the hidden decrees, divination would lose authority. If everyone saw the gods directly, temples would lose their mystery. If everyone remembered the underworld clearly, death rituals would change beyond recognition. If everyone remembered former lives, the meaning of rank, kinship, debt, punishment, and inheritance might become unstable. Imagine a city where past life memory is public and undeniable. A potter claims to have once been a ruler of a rival city. A slave remembers having owned land now held by his master's family. A priestess remembers rites from a forgotten cult that contradict the current temple. A child recalls a burial treasure hidden beneath a house. A soldier remembers dying at the hands of a man now born as his brother. A judge hears cases not only from this life, but from many lives tangled through time. Law would tremble. Family would tremble. Kingship would tremble. Even grief would tremble. Because death would no longer close the story clearly enough for society to assign inheritance, mourning, and duty. Forgetfulness protects the present from being overwhelmed by the past. That protection may be merciful. It may also be controlling. Ancient myth often understands divine order in both ways. The gods may protect civilization from chaos, but they may also impose burdens. They may grant kingship, but also send destruction. They may create humans to serve divine needs, but leave humans vulnerable, short-lived, and uncertain. Order is not always gentle. It is often heavy. The Anunnaki as order therefore do not need to be imagined as villains in a simple tale. A deeper story is more unsettling. Perhaps they erase memory not out of cruelty alone, but because full memory would break the mortal world. Perhaps they seal past lives because each life must begin with enough innocence to enter a household, learn a language, obey a law, love a parent, fear death, and accept time as real. Perhaps they guard memory because memory, uncontrolled, is a flood. In Mesopotamia, uncontrolled forces were terrifying. Floodwaters outside canal banks could destroy fields. Desire outside marriage could threaten lineage. Ghosts outside proper burial could torment the living. Kings outside divine order could become tyrants. Words outside ritual control could become curses. Knowledge outside hierarchy could become danger. The past, too, needed banks. A river without banks is not blessing, it is disaster. Memory without boundaries might be the same. It could drown the individual in countless identities. It could flood the city with unresolved claims. It could make each birth a court of old grievances. It could prevent the soul from entering the humility of a single lifetime. Thus, the image of divine erasure becomes less like destruction and more like canal building. The gods do not remove all memory. They channel it. They allow traces to pass as instinct, dream, resemblance, omen, and longing. They block the full torrent. They permit enough continuity to make a person feel haunted, but not enough to overthrow the order of the living. A child may be born with strange wisdom, but not a complete record. A dream may show an ancient place, but not a full map. A fear may rise without origin. A love may feel like recognition. The past leaks through, but it does not return as a flood. This is a powerful way to understand the emotional logic behind erased memory. The Anunnaki, in their aspect as order, are not merely taking something away. They are defining what mortal life can be. They give the human being a present tense. They seal the deeper archive so that one life can be lived as one life. They make birth a threshold rather than a continuation fully remembered. They make death a mystery rather than a doorway with clear instructions. And because the mystery remains, ritual remains necessary. The person who is forgotten must seek meaning through temple, ancestor, woman, prayer, story, and law. The sealed soul becomes dependent on culture. It must receive memory from outside itself. It must learn the names of gods, cities, ancestors, and obligations. It must be taught who it is. The loss of inner memory creates the need for shared memory. This is one of civilization's oldest bargains. Individual depth is hidden so collective order can speak. Personal ancientness is silenced so family city and God can give a name. The soul forgets its wider road so society can place its feet on a narrower path. In the sacred imagination, the Anunnaki stand above this bargain as solemn witnesses and enforcers. They do not merely punish. They structure. They do not merely hide. They rank knowledge. They do not merely erase. They decide what can be carried across thresholds. This may explain why the idea continues to fascinate. It touches a fear that modern people still know. We want to remember everything, yet we suffer beneath what we already remember. We want to know our origins, yet we need enough forgetfulness to live. We search archives, excavate ruins, analyze ancient genomes, preserve photographs, write names, record voices, and still the past escapes us. At the same time, we depend on escape. Without forgetting, grief would never soften, shame would never loosen, childhood pain would never fade enough for adulthood to form. Every life requires a mercy of concealment. Ancient order understood this in mythic language. The gods know. Humans do not. The gods remember. Humans begin again. The gods see the whole city from above and below. Humans walk one street at a time. The Anunnaki as order are therefore not only beings from ancient myth. They are symbols of a terrifying structure beneath human experience, the sense that reality is organized by limits we did not choose, and that our own forgetfulness may be part of the design. In the quiet city, as night settles over mud brick roofs and the last smoke thins above the courtyards, a scribe may store a tablet in an archive, believing he has preserved a piece of truth. A priest may close the temple door, believing the god has been properly served. A mother may lay her child beside her, believing the little one has just begun. But if the soul is older than the cradle, then all three are living within a sacred arrangement of concealment. The tablet preserves only selected words. The temple reveals only selected rites. The child remembers almost nothing. And above them, in the imagination of ancient order, the Anunnaki keep the boundaries intact. The price of remembering is not always wisdom. Sometimes memory is a fire placed in unready hands. Sometimes it warms the room. Sometimes it burns the house down. Ancient myth understood this better than modern optimism often does. We like to imagine that all knowledge liberates, that every hidden truth should be opened, that every sealed chamber should be entered, that every lost name should be restored. But older stories are rarely so trusting. Again and again, they warn that knowledge has weight, and that too much of it can break the vessel that receives it. A human being may desire the whole past, but the whole past may be unbearable. Imagine remembering not one childhood, but many. Not one mother, but many mothers. Not one grave, but many graves. Not one guilt, but guilt layered across ages. Not one love lost, but 1,000 faces dissolving into one another. Imagine waking each morning with the memory of bodies that died by fever, blade, water, famine, childbirth, smoke, and loneliness. Imagine looking at your child and remembering children from other lives, some buried, some taken, some forgotten by the world. Imagine entering a city and knowing you once helped destroy it, or once starved outside its gates, or once prayed in a temple now used by another god. Such memory would not simply enrich life. It might make life impossible. The ancient world often treated hidden knowledge as dangerous because sacred truth was not information alone. It was force. A divine name, correctly spoken, could matter. A ritual word, mishandled, could fail or harm. An omen, misunderstood, could mislead a king. A dream, wrongly interpreted, could send a household into fear. Knowledge had to be held by the right person, at the right time, in the right condition, through the right discipline. This is why many ancient systems placed ultimate knowledge behind gates. The underworld had gates. Temples had restricted spaces. Rituals had secret words. Divine councils were not open assemblies for mortals. Destiny was decreed beyond common sight. The ordinary human being lived beneath arrangements that were sensed, feared, and served, but not fully revealed. In such a universe, memory of past lives would belong among the most dangerous forms of knowledge. It would be intimate and cosmic at once. It would tell a person not only what happened, but who they had been beyond the current social mask. It would threaten the present name. It would loosen the authority of birth. It would make the hidden road of the soul more real than the visible road of the city. That is why the idea of erasure has such power, not because forgetting is only deprivation, but because forgetting may be the condition that allows a single life to take shape. A life needs boundaries. A person must be able to say, "This is my house. This is my mother. This is my body. This is my wound. This is my duty. This is my time." Without such boundaries, the self would spill into immeasurable distance. The past would not be a foundation. It would be a storm. The living person would become a battlefield for all former selves. Ancient myths about forbidden knowledge often carry this warning. The mortal reaches upward, downward, or inward toward what belongs to the gods. The mortal seeks immortality, divine speech, cosmic secrets, or a return from death. For a moment, the hidden world opens. Then the price appears. A gift is lost. A punishment descends. A command is broken. A boundary reasserts itself. The story does not always say that humans should remain ignorant in every way. It says that the distance between divine knowing and mortal living is part of the order of things. The Anunnaki, imagined as powers of that order, stand near the place where such boundaries are enforced. They belong to a universe in which knowledge is ranked, destiny is guarded, and human beings are not permitted to carry everything. Their possible erasure of past life memory can be understood not as a single violent act, but as a continuing law. With each birth, the archive closes. With each body, the soul enters limitation. With each name, older names fall silent. This silence is not empty. It creates the space where new love can be real. If a mother holds her newborn, she does not want to compete with all the mothers that soul may have known. She wants to be mother now. If a child learns to walk, the child must not be burdened by every road once travelled. If two people meet and love one another, they must not be trapped beneath all the loves and betrayals of older ages. The present needs a veil. Without it, nothing would be fresh, nothing would be innocent, nothing would begin. The veil protects tenderness, yet it also creates sorrow, because behind the veil, something calls human beings are strange creatures because they both need forgetting and suffer from it. We are spared the full weight of the past, yet haunted by its absence. We begin again, yet feel that beginning again has cost us something. We love this life, yet sense that the soul may be older than the name it carries. We want the mercy of not knowing, and also the power of remembering. This contradiction lies at the heart of the mystery. In ancient Mesopotamia, the problem of hidden knowledge appears through stories of mortality and divine privilege. The gods know what humans do not. The gods possess forms of life and vision unavailable to ordinary people. Mortals may be wise, heroic, beautiful, devout, or royal, but they remain limited. Even the greatest king cannot escape death. Even the learned scribe cannot record the full intention of heaven. Even the priest cannot force the divine assembly to open its entire council. Human greatness exists inside restraint. The price of remembering too much would be the collapse of that restraint. A person who remembered many deaths might no longer fear death properly, or might fear it too much. A person who remembered many ranks might reject their assigned place. A person who remembered old divine encounters might challenge present temple authority. A person who remembered ancient wrongs might seek revenge across generations. A person who remembered every loss might never laugh again. For a civilization built on ritual order, such unbounded memory would be chaos. The city required people to live inside shared time. The calendar told them when to plant, feast, mourn, purify, and offer. The king's reign counted years. The temple's rites organized recurrence. The family's genealogy placed each person in a chain, writing fixed events into public record. All of these systems depended on agreed memory, shaped memory, useful memory. Past life memory would be wild memory. It would come from beneath official structures. It would not ask permission from the archive. It would not wait for priests to interpret it. It would rise inside ordinary people, unpredictable and personal. It could contradict the city's story. It could make one person feel older than the law. It could make the soul answer to a history no institution could control. Perhaps this is why sacred systems so often transform private experience into ritual form. A disturbing dream is brought to a specialist. A ghostly encounter requires offerings. A strange birth sign must be interpreted. A sickness with no clear cause may be treated as spiritual disturbance. The individual experience is gathered into collective order. It is named, contained, and made manageable. A memory from beyond birth, if it appeared, would need the same containment. The myth of erasure imagines an even stronger containment. The memory is stopped before it fully enters the world. Only fragments are allowed through. Dreams, instincts, uncanny recognitions, inexplicable griefs, sudden talents, and fears without origin. These fragments keep the soul from being entirely severed from its depth, but they do not grant enough knowledge to overthrow the present life. This balance is delicate. Too little memory, and life feels empty, rootless, absurd. Too much memory, and life becomes unbearable. The ancient imagination often lives in such balances. Humans are close to gods, but not gods. The dead are near, but not fully present. The future can be read in signs, but not owned. The past can be preserved in ritual, but not completely recovered. The soul may be older than birth, but birth seals its memory. The gods may govern destiny, but mortals still must choose, suffer, work, and pray. The price of remembering is therefore the price of crossing a boundary that may have been placed for protection, as well as control. This makes the Anunnaki more frightening, not less. A cruel jailer is easy to hate. A guardian who withholds knowledge because the world would break under it is harder to judge. Such a power stands in moral shadow. It wounds and preserves. It deprives and stabilizes. It keeps humanity small, yet perhaps keeps humanity sane. Ancient people knew many such powers. The river that feeds also drowns. The sun that ripens also scorches. The king who protects also demands labor. The temple that sanctifies also controls. The God who blesses also judges. Order and violence are often woven together in early civilization. So the erasure of memory, imagined through this lens, is not a simple theft. It is one of the conditions of mortal order. It lets society build names, families, duties, and griefs that belong to this life. It gives each person a chamber of time small enough to inhabit. It turns the terrifying vastness of existence into a single road between birth and death. Yet in sleep, the locked archive stirs. Dreams are the place where ancient people often located messages from beyond ordinary sight. In dreams, the dead may speak. Gods may appear. Distant places may open. The self may move without the body. Time may behave strangely. A child may see an ancestor never met. A king may receive warning. A sick person may encounter a healing presence. A mourner may wake with tears from a conversation no one else heard. Dreams are tolerated leaks in the wall of forgetting. They do not return the whole memory, but they remind the living that the wall exists. They make ordinary consciousness feel narrow. They suggest that beneath waking life, other roads continue. This is why dream interpretation mattered so deeply in many ancient cultures. A dream was not merely private imagination. It could be a controlled breach, a message slipping through the sealed boundary. Perhaps the past lives, if hidden, speak most often in such forms, not as full autobiography, but as image. A boat on black water, a temple stair, a face turning away, a field under unfamiliar stars, a language heard but not understood, a wound felt in a body that has no wound, a fear of a place never visited, a longing for a city whose name is unknown. These are not proofs. They are human experiences seeking ancient language. The mythic language says the gods have hidden something. The historical language says memory is shaped by culture, body, trauma, ancestry, and symbol. The poetic language says the soul hears echoes from rooms it cannot enter. All three languages meet in the same darkness. At the edge of that darkness stands the question of price. What would it cost to open the door? Would humanity become wiser, or only more wounded? Would justice become clearer, or revenge endless? Would love deepen, or fracture beneath comparison? Would death lose its terror, or multiply its faces? Would freedom expand, or would identity dissolve into too many names? Ancient religion does not rush to open every door. It teaches approach, offering, purification, waiting, and fear. It teaches that the sacred is not conquered. It is encountered under limits. This may be why the idea of erased memory feels so ancient even when expressed in modern terms. It belongs to a world where ultimate knowledge is real, but not safely possessed by mortals. The price of remembering may be the loss of being able to live one life completely, and perhaps that is why the veil remains. A person wakes beneath the morning light with only fragments of strange dreams. The household stirs. Bread is made. Water is carried. Work begins. The name given at birth is spoken again. The world of this life returns with all its ordinary demands. Somewhere beneath the surface, older roads may lie sealed, but the present road waits under the feet. The gods, if they remember, do not explain. The soul, if it has travelled, does not fully speak, and the human being continues forward, spared and wounded by the same divine silence. Cities of clay and command rose from the river plain, as if the earth itself had learned to organize human longing. At a distance, they may have seemed humble. No white marble flashing in the sun, no columns of polished stone, no mountains of granite hauled across impossible distances. The great cities of southern Mesopotamia were built from mud brick, reed, timber, bitumen, packed earth, and labour. Their grandeur was not always in the material itself, but in the astonishing discipline required to make fragile things endure. A brick of mud is a small promise against chaos. One brick dries in the sun. Thousands become a wall. Millions become platforms, courtyards, storehouses, workshops, houses, gates, and temples, generation after generation. People return to the same sacred centres, repairing, raising, widening, and rebuilding them. The city became an argument against disappearance. It said that human beings, brief as they were, could join their hands into forms larger than any single life. Uruk stands in the imagination as one of the earliest great urban astonishments. Its scale, complexity, and sacred precincts speak of a society in which labour, religion, administration, and identity had become inseparable. Eridu carried traditions of deep antiquity, linked in later memory with beginnings, wisdom, and the watery depths beneath the world. Nippur became a holy centre where divine authority and kingship could be imagined in relation to cosmic legitimacy. These places were not merely settlements, they were engines of order. Within them, temple economies gathered the energies of many lives. Grain came in from fields, animals were counted, textiles were produced, beer was brewed, offerings were prepared, workers received rations, priests performed rituals, scribes pressed signs into clay, officials supervised distribution, craftspeople shaped objects for sacred and practical use. The god's household stood at the centre, and the human city moved around it like a body around a heart. This was not religion as a private feeling alone, it was religion as institution. To serve the god was also to serve the economic structure that fed, employed, and organised the city. The temple had fields, herds, storage rooms, workshops, dependents, and authority. It created schedules, obligations, and hierarchies. It drew human labour into a sacred frame. A person might grind grain, carry water, weave cloth, dig canals, tend animals, or bake bread. Yet all these acts could be connected to the maintenance of divine order. The god ate because humans prepared food. The city survived because humans worked. The work mattered because the city belonged to the god. Such a system gave meaning, but it also demanded submission. The ordinary person did not necessarily choose the structure into which they were born, they inherited it. The child entered a world already named, measured, and obligated. The canals existed. The temple stood. The calendar turned. The gods had offerings due. The household had debts. The fields needed labour. The dead required remembrance. The ruler required obedience. The scribal record knew what was owed. To be born in such a world was to awaken inside command. If past life memory existed openly, this command would face a dangerous rival. The city said, "This is your place." Memory might say, "I have had other places." The temple said, "This is your god." Memory might say, "I have served other powers." The household said, "This is your lineage." Memory might say, "I have belonged to other families." The ruler said, "This is your duty." Memory might say, "I have stood on the other side of power." For cities of clay and command, forgetting was useful. It made people available to the order around them. A newborn did not arrive arguing from older loyalties. A child did not question the city's god with remembered devotion to another shrine from another life. A worker did not carry a clear internal archive of former rank. The self began where society could reach it. Name, family, language, labour, and belief could be taught from the beginning. The city, like the temple, became a maker of memory. It told people which festivals mattered. It taught them which stories explained the world. It preserved divine names and ritual. It set up images, processions, and public ceremonies. It measured years through the reigns of rulers. It recorded grain, land, and labour. It turned individual lives into entries, obligations, and functions within a larger whole. Yet it could not erase all depth. Even in the most organised city, people dreamed, they mourned, they feared ghosts. They whispered private interpretations of misfortune. They felt the uncanny pull of resemblance. They sensed that the visible order did not exhaust reality. Beneath the official memory of the city, household memory continued. Beneath household memory, bodily memory continued. Beneath bodily memory, perhaps something older and stranger pressed upward without words. The great temples themselves may have intensified this feeling. A temple platform rose above the city, but it was built upon earlier platforms. Its height was made from accumulation. Each rebuilding covered the past while depending on it. The new sanctuary did not float free from older sanctuaries. It stood because older walls had fallen and been buried beneath it. Sacred architecture made concealment visible. It showed everyone, even if unconsciously, that the present holy place was raised upon hidden layers. This is one of the central images of Mesopotamian civilization. A god's house above, buried ruins below, human labour between them. The worshipper approaching the temple might see only the current facade, the fresh plaster, the decorated walls, the ordered courtyard, the living ritual. But beneath the feet lay older brick, older ashes, older offerings, older thresholds, older forms of the same longing. This sacred present depended on a past it did not fully reveal. So too with the self. The person standing in the courtyard knew their present name, present duty, present grief, and present hope. Beneath that identity lay inherited ancestry, forgotten childhood, family stories, dead generations, cultural patterns, and perhaps, in the mythic imagination, leaves sealed beneath the surface of birth. The visible person was only the upper level of a deeper construction. The Anunnaki, as powers of order, would belong not only to the upper temple but to the whole layered design. They would see the structure from the heights and depths. They would know what was built, what was buried, what was remembered, and what was hidden. Human beings moved through courtyards. Divine powers held the plan. Command in these cities was not always shouted. Much of it was built into routines. At dawn, someone opened a door. Someone swept a courtyard. Someone brought grain. Someone counted jars. Someone prepared an offering. Someone copied a tablet. Someone repaired a canal bank. Someone led animals through a gate. Someone carried a dead relative to burial. Someone taught a child the proper name of a god. The repetition of such acts created reality. A city is not only walls, it is coordinated repetition. It survives because thousands of people perform the same necessary gestures across days, months, years, and generations. Repetition turns labour into order and order into memory. But repetition can also become erasure. A worker who performs the same task each day may lose sight of its origin. A ritual repeated for centuries may outlive its first explanation. A city that claims eternal divine order may conceal the conflicts that created its hierarchy. A temple that organizes labor may present dependence as sacred necessity. A king who receives praise may hide the hands that built his stage. The official memory of civilization is often polished on the surface and crowded with silence underneath. This is why clay tablets are both luminous and troubling. They preserve lists, rations, offerings, legal decisions, and royal claims, but the human interior remains mostly hidden. Thousands of lives appear as quantities. Workers become numbers of grain. Women weaving textiles become units of production. Shepherds become herds counted. Labourers become rations issued. The city remembers them administratively, not personally. To the temple economy, memory is a ledger. To the human soul, memory is a wound. Between these two forms of memory, a deep tension opens. The institution remembers what it needs to function. The person longs to remember what gives existence meaning. The gods, in myth, may remember what neither institution nor person can fully hold. The whole arrangement of fate. Perhaps this is why the question of erased past lives feels especially sharp in the context of early cities. Urban civilization magnified the distance between the visible identity assigned by society and the invisible depths a person might feel within. In a small band, identity may have been held through direct memory, kinship, and shared experience. In a great city, identity increasingly passed through institutions. The person became legible through name, household, occupation, status, obligation, and record. The deeper self became harder to see, yet the city also created new forms of longing. Among crowds, a person could feel strangely alone. Among temples, one could feel distant from the gods. Among records, one could fear being reduced to entries. Among laws, one could wonder whether justice truly knew the soul. Among ranks, one could sense that the present social order did not explain the whole being. This longing may have fed stories of hidden origin. If the city tells me who I am, but I feel older than the city's answer. Where does that older feeling come from? If the temple gives me a god, but my dreams carry unknown places, who placed them there? If the scribe records my labour, but not my sorrow, where is the true account kept? If my name is new, why does my fear feel ancient? In mythic terms, the answer could be that the gods keep the larger memory elsewhere. The Anunnaki, as solemn powers of order and destiny, could be imagined as guardians of the unseen archive. The city records the surface life. The divine assembly holds the deeper ledger. A person forgets, but the cosmos does not. This belief would be both comforting and frightening. Comforting because nothing is truly lost if the gods remember. Frightening because divine memory may not be gentle. A god who remembers all lives might also remember all crimes, debts, broken vows, neglected offerings, forgotten ancestors, and hidden guilt. To recover past life memory might mean recovering not only beauty and wisdom, but obligation and judgment. The sealed archive may contain reasons for suffering that no human heart wants to face. It may contain old violence beneath present innocence. It may contain connections too tangled for any earthly court to resolve. So the city teaches a narrower mercy. Live this life. Serve this god. Honour these dead. Work this field. Carry this name. Pay this debt. Join this festival. Fear this judgment. The larger questions remain in the hands of powers beyond the wall. In the late afternoon, when sunlight softened the edges of mud brick and the river air moved through reed matting, the city might appear peaceful from above. Temple platforms glowed, smoke rose, donkeys moved along streets, boats pressed through canals. Somewhere, a scribe dried tablets in the shade. Somewhere, a priest washed before ritual. Somewhere, a child learned the sound of their own name. Everything seemed held by order, yet beneath each wall lay older walls. Beneath each name lay older names. Beneath each command lay a bargain with forgetting. The city could stand only because countless hidden things had been covered, sealed, absorbed, and made useful to the present. Cities of clay and command were therefore not only places where civilization rose, they were places where memory was organized, narrowed, sanctified, and buried. And in their sacred centers, beneath the gaze of gods who were believed to know what mortals could not, one can almost hear the quiet logic of the ancient world. The past must remain beneath the present, or the present cannot endure. When writing captured time, memory became heavier than speech. A spoken word belongs to breath. It rises from the chest, crosses the tongue, enters the air, and is gone unless another person receives it. It can be repeated, but each repetition is alive, flexible, vulnerable to change. A storyteller can bend a phrase, a mourner can forget a name, a priest can lengthen a chant, A child can mishear a sacred line and carry the mistake into another generation. Speech moves like water. Writing is different. Writing presses time into matter. In ancient Mesopotamia, the stylus entered clay with a small violence. A wedge mark was not sung or breathed. It was impressed. It had edges. It remained after the hand withdrew. It could be stored, carried, copied, sealed, hidden, broken, fired by accident, buried by collapse, and found thousands of years later beneath dust and ruin. Writing gave memory a body more durable than the human body. This was one of the great transformations in the history of consciousness. Before writing, memory lived mainly in people, objects, rituals, landscapes, and repeated gestures. After writing, memory could leave the body and stand apart from it. A debt could outlive the debtor's denial. A royal command could travel farther than the king's voice. A hymn could be copied after the singer was dead. A list of offerings could remain after the temple storeroom had fallen silent. The past could become document. Yet this new power came with a narrowing. Writing did not capture everything. It captured what writing was asked to hold. In its earlier stages, that often meant counting, ownership, labour, grain, animals, rations, and institutional needs. The first great memory of the city was not the secret sorrow of the poor or the dreams of children. It was the memory of administration. Writing was born close to power because power needed memory that could be checked. A city cannot depend only on trust when grain fills vast storage rooms. A temple cannot rely only on spoken recall when workers receive rations. A palace cannot govern distant fields if obligations vanish with each conversation. So clay received numbers, commodities, names, seals, and transactions. The tablet remembered because the institution needed certainty. The mark in clay became a witness that did not sleep, age, or soften under pleading. Memory became evidence. Evidence became authority. This changed the human relationship to the past. In a purely oral world, the past is alive because it must be performed. It depends on bodies gathered together. It can adapt to new circumstances. It can preserve emotional truth even while altering details. But in a written world, the past can stand frozen. A sign can accuse. A contract can bind. A royal inscription can proclaim a version of events long after all living witnesses have died. Writing makes memory durable, but also more controllable. Who writes? Who stores? Who reads? Who's named? Who's left outside the tablet? These questions matter because writing never preserves the world equally. It preserves the world through the hands of those trained and permitted to use it. In Mesopotamia, scribal education was demanding. Students learned signs, lists, formulas, models, and compositions through repetition. The scribal hand was not only technical, it was social power. To write was to enter an elite relationship with memory. To be written about was to be caught in the institutional gaze. To remain unwritten was to risk vanishing from official time. This is why the clay archive is both generous and cruel. It gives us the names of kings, cities, gods, officials, witnesses, merchants, fields, canals, and sometimes ordinary people caught in legal or economic transactions. It preserves myths of divine power, hymns of praise, lamentations over ruined cities, school texts full of discipline, medical recipes, omen series, letters between anxious correspondents, and lists that stretch the patience of even modern readers. But it rarely gives us the full interior life of those who built, carried, cooked, mourned, feared, and obeyed. A woman who wept in the night may appear only as a ration entry. A labourer who dreamed of another life may appear only as a name beside barley. A child who died before speech may appear nowhere. An old man who remembered a vanished ritual from his grandparents may leave no mark at all. Writing captured time, but it did not capture the whole human being. This is essential to the mystery of erased memory. Once writing appears, societies gain the power to define what counts as remembered. The official past becomes more stable, but also more selective. A myth written in a school tradition may outlive many local versions never written down. A royal genealogy may erase rival claims. A temple hymn may preserve divine order while concealing old attentions. The clay tablet becomes a gate through which only certain memories pass into durability. Memory is no longer only what people carry. Memory becomes what institutions preserve. The Anunnaki enter our knowledge through this gate. Their names survive because scribes wrote them. Their roles survive because myths, hymns, lexical lists, rituals, and theological traditions preserved fragments of their divine identity. Yet even here, survival is partial. We do not possess every text. We do not know every regional variation. We cannot hear every performance. We cannot reconstruct every gesture made when their names were spoken in ritual settings. The written record gives them to us, but also hides the living world around them. A name in clay is not a god in a temple. A myth on a tablet is not the fear in a worshipper's chest. A divine list is not the night sky above a city awaiting judgment. Writing preserves the skeleton of memory, but much of the flesh is gone. Still, writing changed something forever. It allowed the ancient people to argue with disappearance. It created archives against oblivion. It gave future generations the ability to copy the words of the dead. It allowed a scribe to sit in one century and touch a composition from another. It made tradition more portable and more authoritative. The past could now be studied, corrected, standardized, and used. This created a new kind of ancient scholar. The scribe was not merely a clerk. In many contexts, the scribe was a keeper of inherited knowledge. He might copy old myths, learn rare signs, preserve names of gods, interpret omens, and participate in the intellectual life of temple and palace. These scribes stood between speech and permanence. He transformed living language into durable sign, and by doing so, he decided which pieces of the world could travel beyond death. In the silence of a scribal room, one can imagine a young student bending over clay, copying names whose meanings were already old. The tablet is damp. The stylus leaves wedge after wedge. Outside, the city moves with animals, merchants, heat, flies, and river wind. Inside, time is being pressed into rows. The student may not understand the full sacred depth of each name. He may be tired, hungry, or afraid of his teacher. Yet his hand participates in one of humanity's most profound acts, the transfer of memory from the body into matter. That act resembles a kind of magic, though it is also practical. Writing allows the dead to speak without breath. It allows a king to command after burial. It allows a god's hymn to be heard by people born centuries later. It allows a legal claim to outlive the witness. It allows a destroyed city to lament in words after its walls are gone. But this magic is incomplete. It cannot preserve the tone of the first voice. It cannot preserve every version. It cannot preserve the silence between lines. It cannot preserve what was deliberately not written. It cannot preserve what was forbidden, shameful, too ordinary, too private, or too dangerous for record. If past life memory belonged to private experience, dream, household speculation, or restricted ritual, it may have passed mostly outside writing, or it may have entered writing only indirectly, through stories of descent, divine secrecy, fate, ghosts, birth omens, and the hidden knowledge of gods. The absence of a clear tablet does not prove the absence of the question. It shows the limits of what the written system chose to catch. This is where caution and imagination must walk together. Caution says that we must not invent texts that do not exist. Imagination says that human beings asked more questions than their archives preserved. The ancient record is large, but human longing is larger. A clay tablet may record 1,000 sheep and not one nightmare. It may preserve a hymn and not the trembling of the person who sang it. It may name the Anunnaki and not explain every fear associated with them. It may describe fate without telling us how an ordinary woman understood the strange feeling that her child had returned from somewhere unseen. Writing captured time, but time itself remained wilder than writing. The transformation of memory into record also created another layer of forgetting. Once a society trusts writing, living memory may weaken in certain domains. A list stored in an archive no longer needs to be held in every mind. A ritual written down may be preserved, but also separated from the embodied chain of oral transmission. A myth copied in schools may become fixed, while local living variants fade. The tablet saves and replaces. This is a subtle form of erasure, not destruction by fire, not censorship by decree, but preservation so powerful that other forms of memory lose authority. When writing captures one version, other versions become shadows. When the archive stores official knowledge, unofficial knowledge becomes rumour, folklore, or silence. When scribes define tradition, the memories of those outside scribal culture become harder for later ages to hear. The written past becomes the past, while unwritten worlds sink beneath it. Perhaps the same structure can be imagined within the soul. The present life writes strongly on consciousness. It gives names, faces, language, injuries, loves, duties, and fears. It becomes the official archive of the self. Older depths, if they exist, become unwritten layers. They may influence feeling, but they do not speak in clear signs. They become like oral memories displaced by tablets, still present somewhere, but no longer holding public authority. Birth writes over the soul with a new script. The old script does not vanish entirely, it becomes difficult to read. In ancient terms, the gods may be the only ones able to read all layers. The divine powers see the tablet beneath the tablet, the buried name beneath the new name, the sealed life beneath the current body. Humans see the surface inscription and call it identity. The Anunnaki, imagined as guardians of order and destiny, hold the larger archive beyond mortal reading. This makes writing a mirror of divine memory. Human writing preserves fragments. Divine memory preserves the whole. Human archives break, burn, scatter, and depend on chance. Divine archives in myth do not forget. Human scribes choose what to record. Divine powers know what was hidden. That contrast may have given ancient people both comfort and dread. Comfort, because the universe might hold justice beyond lost evidence. Dread, because nothing truly disappears from the divine account. If the memory of past lives is sealed from humans, it may still exist somewhere in the cosmic record, waiting beyond death or judgment. So when writing captured time, it did not end the mystery of memory. It sharpened it. It showed humans that memory can be externalized, stored, controlled, and recovered. It also showed that every preserved record casts a shadow of the unpreserved. The archive teaches us to ask not only what survived, but what did not. A tablet dries in the sun. A scribe lifts his hand. A line of signs hardens into time. The city continues around him, full of lives that will never be written. And somewhere beyond clay, beyond breath, beyond the official memory of temple and palace, the greater question remains. If humans learned to capture time in signs, what power first decided which parts of the soul would remain unread? The fracture of the old world did not come only from enemies at the gates. It came from pressure within the fields, within the canals, within the storehouses, within the ambitions of rulers, within the fear of priests, within the hunger of workers, within the slow exhaustion of land that had carried too much for too long. Civilizations often imagine their collapse as an invasion, a burning city, a final battle, a throne overturned. Those moments happen, they are dramatic. They leave ash, weapons, broken walls, and bodies. But the deeper fracture usually begins earlier. In quieter places, a canal silts up, a field grows salty, a ration becomes smaller, a debt becomes hereditary, a border dispute hardens, a temple demand increases, a ruler needs more labour, a drought lasts longer than expected, a god seems not to answer. The old world begins to crack not when people stop believing in order, but when order asks more than life can bear. In southern Mesopotamia, the rise of cities brought brilliance, but brilliance had costs. Irrigation allowed agriculture on a scale that could sustain dense populations, temple economies, craft specialization, and political power. Yet irrigation also required constant maintenance. Canals had to be cleared, water had to be distributed, fields had to be managed carefully. Over long periods, salt could accumulate in the soil, reducing yields and forcing changes in crops, land use, and settlement patterns. The gift of water carried a hidden price. This is one of history's recurring lessons. A solution becomes a dependency becomes a burden becomes a crisis. The city that once promised abundance now required relentless coordination simply to survive. The canals that fed the fields demanded labour. The walls that protected the city demanded labour. The temples that secured divine favour demanded labour. The armies that defended or expanded power demanded labour. The archives that recorded obligations made those obligations harder to escape. Civilization intensified memory, but it also intensified debt. Here, the question of forgotten lives takes on a darker form. If human beings are born without memory of earlier existences, they are also born into systems whose origins they did not witness. A child enters the city and finds duties already waiting. The child does not remember the first canal agreement, the first temple claim, the first conquest, the first debt, the first oath, the first redistribution of land. The structure appears ancient, natural, divinely sanctioned. Its beginning is hidden, and because its beginning is hidden, its authority feels deeper. Social power often depends on forgotten origins. When people no longer remember that a custom was created, they may believe it was always so. When people no longer remember that a boundary was contested, they may believe it was placed by heaven. When people no longer remember the violence behind an institution, they may experience it as sacred order. Forgetting does not merely affect the soul, it stabilizes society. This does not mean ancient people were passive. They complained, negotiated, resisted, fled, petitioned, mourned, and adapted. But the grandeur of divine order could make certain inequalities difficult to challenge. If the city's hierarchy was wrapped in sacred language, then social suffering could be interpreted as destiny, duty, punishment, or the heavy will of the gods. The present arrangement became harder to imagine otherwise. In such a world, remembering too much would be revolutionary. To remember the time before a ruler's lineage gained authority would weaken royal inevitability. To remember an older shrine before the city God absorbed it would complicate theology. To remember a communal life before temple control expanded would challenge institutional power. To remember lives before one's present rank would make hierarchy feel temporary. The past, if opened fully, could become a weapon against the present. The fracture of the old world therefore includes a struggle over memory. Cities needed continuity. Rulers needed legitimacy. Temples needed reverence. Scribes needed traditions worth copying. Each force selected the past in ways useful to the order it served. Inscriptions praised kings as restorers, builders, conquerors, beloved of gods. Temple traditions preserved ancient rites. Administrative records preserved obligations. Myths explained why humans laboured and why gods ruled. Yet beneath these official memories lay countless other memories: hunger, resentment, lost customs, local gods reduced in importance, workers whose bodies built monuments they did not own. When pressure mounted, those buried memories may have stirred. A bad harvest is never only a bad harvest in a stratified society. It exposes who has storage and who does not. It reveals who eats first and who receives less. It shows whether gods, rulers, and institutions can still protect the people they command. A drought or flood becomes a test of cosmic legitimacy. If the city suffers too long, people begin to ask whether the order has failed, whether the god has turned away, whether the ruler has lost favour, whether old sins have returned. Crisis makes memory unstable. People search backward for causes. They recall neglected rights. They blame foreigners, officials, rivals, ancestors, demons, kings, or themselves. They revive older practices. They seek omens. They consult diviners. They reinterpret myths. A society under pressure becomes crowded with explanations because suffering demands meaning. The ancient Mesopotamian world saw many forms of rupture across its long history. Warfare between cities, imperial expansion, conquest, deportation, environmental stress, shifts in river courses, economic strain, and changes in political organization. No single cause explains everything. History resists simple collapse stories, yet the emotional pattern is clear. The old order repeatedly broke and was remade. Cities fell and rose. Gods were carried away and returned. Dynasties vanished. Languages shifted. Rituals changed. Archives burned or were buried. The human world kept beginning again on top of its own fractures. This resembles the rhythm of forgotten lives. A life forms an order around itself. It has name, body, home, duty, love, fear, and memory. Then death breaks it. Something may continue, but not in the same arrangement. If rebirth is imagined, the soul enters another order, another body, another household, another set of obligations. The fracture between lives is like the fracture between civilizations. Continuity exists, but it is hidden beneath discontinuity. The Anunnaki, as powers of cosmic order, would stand above such transitions in the ancient imagination. They would witness not only the rise of one city, but the redistribution of fate after its fall. They would see the broken lineages, the moved populations, the altered rights, the buried names. Mortals experience collapse as chaos. Divine order, if it exists, may treat collapse as rearrangement. That thought is both comforting and terrible. Comforting, because it suggests that no ending is entirely meaningless. Terrible, because it means human suffering may be absorbed into a design too vast for human consent. The fracture of the old world also changed the gods themselves. Divine figures do not remain untouched by historical change. As cities rise in power, their gods rise. As cities fall, their gods may be reinterpreted, subordinated, carried into new theological systems, or remembered differently. A god story can change as political geography changes. The divine world reflects human history while also claiming to stand above it. The Anunnaki, moving through different layers of Mesopotamian tradition, are part of this shifting sacred inheritance. Their meaning changes across time because the societies remembering them change. This reminds us that even divine memory in human culture is not fixed. The gods may be eternal in belief, but the stories humans tell about them are historical. They carry the marks of conflict, adaptation, and loss. If memory of past lives were tied to gods, then the changing image of gods would also alter how such memory was imagined. In one age, forgotten souls might be understood through ancestors and household ghosts. In another, through underworld judges. In another, through divine decrees. In another, through philosophical ideas of fate. Memory is not only hidden or revealed, it is translated across changing worlds. During times of fracture, translation becomes urgent. A people displaced from their land must translate old gods into new landscapes. A conquered city must translate defeat into theology. A family that loses its graves must translate ancestry into portable memory. A scribe copying an old myth in a later age must translate ancient symbols into a tradition still meaningful for his own world. Each translation preserves and alters. Each carries something forward and leaves something behind. This is why no ancient memory comes to us untouched. Everything has passed through crisis. Even the idea of the Anunnaki has reached us through broken tablets, later copies, scholarly reconstruction, popular imagination, and modern longing. The ancient name survived, but not the whole ancient experience. It is a shard of a much larger vessel. The old world fractured many times, and each fracture changed what could be remembered. In the city itself, one can imagine the signs of strain: a canal bank patched in haste, a storeroom guarded more tightly, a temple offering reduced or intensified, a scribe recording arrears, a family selling land, a labour gang summoned for repairs, a soldier returning with news of border conflict, a diviner examining omens with unusual urgency, a mother storing grain in fear of shortage, a priest reciting prayers not with calm confidence, but with the tense precision of a world near breaking. Such moments rarely announce themselves as historical turning points. They feel like difficult days. Only later do they become evidence: a destruction layer, a change in pottery, a gap in occupation, a shift in settlement, a new administrative system, a different royal name, a shrine abandoned, a burial custom altered, a language appearing in the record, a god invoked in a new way. Archaeology reads these changes from above, but people lived them from inside. They did not know what future scholars would call their age. They knew fear, rumour, hunger, duty, hope, and the stubborn need to keep living. They rebuilt because life required rebuilding. They obeyed because disobedience was dangerous. They prayed because the gods might still hear. They forgot because forgetting made endurance possible. This last point matters most. When a world fractures, memory can become unbearable. Survivors often do not preserve everything. They preserve what allows survival. A community after disaster may simplify the story. It may ritualize grief. It may blame a divine cause. It may create a new beginning. It may silence certain memories because they threaten unity. Forgetting is not only imposed from above. Sometimes it is chosen by wounded people who cannot carry the full truth. The myth of the Anunnaki erasing past life memory may echo this human necessity at cosmic scale. The soul passes through catastrophe, death, and transition. To begin again, it cannot carry every detail of the destroyed world. The divine powers close the archive, or perhaps the soul itself cannot survive unless the archive closes. A new life requires a reduced past. A new city requires ruins beneath its foundations. The fracture of the old world teaches that endings are not clean. They leave residues. A city falls, but its bricks are reused. A dynasty ends, but its titles echo. A god's temple collapses, but the god's name travels. A family loses its land, but its grief shapes descendants. A life ends, but perhaps a trace moves onward. The trace is not full memory. It is pressure. It is tendency. It is the strange feeling that something happened before the present explanation begins. As night settles over a strange city, one might hear both order and fracture at once. The temple doors close. The watchmen walk the wall. The river moves in darkness. Somewhere. A tablet records a debt. Somewhere. A sick child breathes unevenly. Somewhere. An old person remembers fields that yielded more in youth. Somewhere. A young person dreams of leaving. The gods are invoked. But no one knows whether they will answer. The world has not ended yet, but it has begun to crack, and in those cracks, memory changes shape. Some truths rise. Others are buried. Some names are repeated more loudly. Others vanish from the mouth. The present struggles to defend itself against the weight of everything that came before. Perhaps this is why, in the deepest mythic imagination, the guardians of order must also be guardians of forgetting. For without forgetting, every fracture would remain open. And without some hidden memory, no new world would know what it had lost. The fall of divine nearness did not mean that people stopped believing. It meant that the gods began to feel farther away. In the earliest imagination of sacred life, the divine could seem close enough to touch the edges of daily existence. A god lived in the temple. An ancestor remained beneath the floor. A dream might carry a message before dawn. A river flood might be felt as a divine mood. A field's fertility might be read as favour. The unseen world pressed against the visible one with constant force, not as an abstract belief, but as a presence woven into food, illness, birth, death, weather, and work. But as cities grew, as kingdoms expanded, as empires gathered many lands beneath single rule, divine nearness changed. The sacred became grander, more formal, more political, and more distant. The god who once seemed tied to a local shrine could become the patron of a great city. The city god could become an imperial power. The ruler could claim unique favour. Rituals could become more elaborate. Temples could become more restricted. The ordinary person might still pray, fear, and offer. But the machinery around the divine grew larger than the household intimacy. The gods did not disappear. They ascended into systems. A god statue might still be washed, fed, clothed, and honoured within the temple, but access was not equal. Sacred spaces had thresholds. Certain rooms were not for everyone. Certain rites belonged to trained hands. Certain decisions were made by kings, priests, scribes, and diviners. The divine remained present, yet that presence was increasingly mediated by institutions. The closeness of the god depended on a structure most people could approach only from the outside. This is a subtle but powerful transformation. When the divine is near through household ritual, a dream, burial, and local memory, the person may feel directly entangled with sacred forces. When the divine is near through empire, temple hierarchy, royal ideology, and official liturgy, the person may feel held by something magnificent but remote. The divine becomes more majestic, but also less intimate. Its voice passes through gates, ceremonies, decrees, and signs interpreted by specialists. As empires grow, gods become harder to separate from power. A conquered people may be told that their defeat reflects divine will. A ruler may present expansion as sacred duty. A temple may receive offerings from distant lands. A god's supremacy may mirror political supremacy. The world of heaven begins to resemble the world of empire, with ranked powers, councils, messengers, commands, and punishments. Human authority borrows the face of divine order. Under such conditions, the memory of older sacred life can fade. The small shrine gives way to the state temple. The local ancestor rite becomes less visible beneath official cult. The old story of a place is absorbed into the grand story of a kingdom. The spirit of a springed hill or village may be renamed as subordinated or forgotten. The gods remain, but they stand higher. The human being stands lower. This is one meaning of the fall of divine nearness. It is not atheism. It is distance within belief. It is the feeling that the sacred order has become so vast that ordinary people cannot easily reach its centre. They may still participate through festivals, prayers, offerings, laments, and household rites, but the great decisions seem to occur elsewhere, in the divine assembly, in the palace, in the closed chamber, in the realm of fate. The Anunnaki, as solemn powers of cosmic authority, belong naturally to this widening distance. They do not feel like gods who sit casually beside the hearth. They feel like powers of rank and decree, beings whose memory and judgment exceed human access. As the world becomes more structured by kingship and empire, such divine figures become symbols of the remoteness of ultimate authority. The question of erased memory becomes sharper in such a world because the soul, too, feels governed from afar. If the gods were once imagined as close companions of local life, then forgetting might be a mysterious sorrow. But if the gods are imagined as imperial powers of fate, then forgetting can feel like policy, a decree, a divine decision, a sealed command issued from a realm where mortals have no voice. The person is born without memory because the order above has arranged it so. The present life becomes like a province under distant rule. It has customs, duties, taxes, prayers, and fears. It may know that the center exists, but it does not hear all decisions from the center. It receives consequences, not explanations. Ancient empire worked in a similar way. A village might experience a tax demand, a conscription order, a new official, or the arrival of soldiers without understanding the full political reasoning behind it. A field worker might suffer under decisions made in a palace far away. A household might lose a son to war because kings and gods had been invoked in causes beyond local control. Power became real precisely because its origin was distant. Divine power could feel the same. A child is born into suffering. Why? A flood takes one house and spares another. Why? A king dies suddenly. Why? A city's god seems silent. What? A dream terrifies a woman. Why? The answer may lie in divine memory, but the human being receives only fragments. This distance can create a deep spiritual loneliness. The universe remains meaningful, but its meaning is not easily available. The gods are real, but not transparent. Rituals continue, but certainty thins. The person performs the acts, speaks the prayers, brings the offerings, and still wonders whether the divine ear has turned away. This feeling appears in many ancient laments and prayers. The human voice calls out from weakness. It confesses, pleads, questions, praises, and waits. The speaker may not deny the god's power. The suffering comes precisely because the god's power is believed and yet not understood. Why has protection failed? Why has favor withdrawn? What offense has been committed unknowingly? What hidden order explains visible pain? The word unknowingly matters. Ancient religion often recognized the terror of guilt without memory. A person might suffer and not know what they had done. An offense might be hidden from the offender. A ritual impurity might be unknown. A divine anger might have roots outside conscious awareness. The sufferer searches memory and finds no answer, yet the punishment remains. This is very close to the emotional structure of erased past life memory. What if suffering belongs to an account the present mind cannot recall? What if a person bears consequence without memory of cause? What if the divine powers know the full ledger, while the human being sees only the current pain? Such ideas can be cruel if used to blame the suffering, but in mythic terms, they reveal a frightening possibility. Justice may exist beyond memory, and that may make it feel indistinguishable from injustice. The fall of divine nearness makes this problem harder. When gods feel close, one may ask, plead, bargain, and hope for a sign. When gods feel distant, one must live beneath unexplained decrees. The soul becomes subject to a law it cannot read. Birth, rank, illness, loss, talent, beauty, deformity, wealth, and grief all appear as facts loaded with possible meaning but lacking clear explanation. The human being becomes a question addressed to a silent heaven. In cities under empire, identity also becomes less rooted in one local memory. Peoples move, languages mingle, captives are relocated, merchants travel, soldiers serve far from home, scribes copy texts from older cities, gods are compared, merged, translated, or ranked. The sacred world expands, but expansion can weaken intimacy. A person may know more names of gods, yet feel less sure which divine power truly hears them. The same expansion happens inside cultural memory. Older myths are copied and adapted. Local stories become part of broader traditions. A god once tied to one place is understood through theology that spans many cities. The result is a richer sacred universe, but also one in which original meanings are harder to recover. Memory grows larger and less personal. This is the paradox of civilization. The more it preserves, the more it distances. The more it records, the more it selects. The more it organizes, the more it removes the individual from the source. The sacred becomes monumental and the person becomes small. In this smallness, the longing for lost memory intensifies. If the present order cannot explain the whole self, perhaps the answer lies in hidden lives. If the gods do not speak plainly, perhaps they have sealed the record, If suffering seems older than present choices, perhaps the soul carries an unknown past. If love feels like recognition, perhaps two lives have crossed before. If fear has no cause, perhaps cause belongs to a buried existence. Such thoughts are not proven by ruins, but they arise naturally from the human experience of distance. The Anunnaki, in this mood, become not only keepers of order, but guardians of estrangement. They stand between human longing and the complete memory that might answer it. They do not need to descend with thunder. Their power lies in the silence of the system. The memory is absent because the order holds. The gods remain far because distance preserves authority. The soul remains uncertain because certainty would alter the meaning of mortal life. The fall of divine nearness also changes death. In a smaller sacred world, the dead may feel close through household offerings, graves, and remembered names. In a larger imperial world, the dead may still be close, but they are increasingly imagined within broader cosmic structures. The underworld has rules. Divine judges hold rank. Fate is not only family matter, but universal condition. Death becomes part of a system as vast and impersonal as empire. The ordinary mourner still weeps over one body, but theology speaks of all bodies. The mother still grieves one child, but the gods govern mortality as a whole. This widening scale can make grief feel more abandoned. The sacred explanation is larger, but less tender. It may tell the mourner that all humans die, that fate is fixed, that the underworld receives everyone, that the gods know, but the mourner wants the one lost voice, the one hand, the one face, the one memory. Here again, forgetting becomes both wound and mercy. If the dead returned with full memory, grief might end in recognition, but society might drown in old attachments. If the living remembered all their dead from many lives, no new bond could stand alone. If gods allowed every soul to carry every former love into birth, the household would be filled with invisible rival claims. A mother would not know whether her child's deepest love belonged to her or to someone from another age. Divine distance protects the simplicity of present love. It also creates the ache of not knowing. The ancient world understood ache, its laments over ruined cities, lost gods, vanished kings, and suffering individuals are among its most moving inheritances. They do not sound like people secure in easy answers. They sound like people standing beneath immense powers, trying to remain human inside cosmic uncertainty. This is the dignity of ancient thought. It did not require the gods to be simple. It did not require suffering to be easily explained. It allowed the universe to be ordered and still terrifying, meaningful and still obscure, sacred and still lonely. The fall of divine nearness lives in that tension. The gods are above, but their distance wounds. The city is ordered, but its order burdens. The archive preserves, but it excludes. The soul lives, but does not remember. The past continues, but under veils. As night deepens over an imperial city, the temple platform may still catch starlight. The god statue may rest behind doors. The priest may know the morning rites. The scribes may know where tablets are stored. The king may sleep under guard, wrapped in claims of divine favour. In the houses below, ordinary people dream, wake, suffer, love, and wonder. They are surrounded by sacred order, yet they're alone with their questions, and somewhere in that loneliness one can feel the gods growing distant, not absent, but elevated beyond reach, carrying the whole memory of existence while mortals move through a single life with empty hands. The myths that survived collapse did not survive as perfect vessels. They survived like broken lamps carried through storms, still holding traces of light, though their glass had cracked and their oil had spilled along the road. They crossed languages, cities, dynasties, temples, schools, fires, conquests, and forgetfulness. They were told, retold, copied, reworked, translated, misunderstood, revived, and buried again. Their endurance was not stillness. Their endurance was change, A myth that survives for thousands of years is not a stone untouched by weather. It is a river. It keeps moving while seeming to remain itself. In the ancient Near East, stories of flood, descent, divine counsels, lost wisdom, underworld journeys, and impossible immortality carried fragments of earlier fears into later civilizations. A story might begin in one setting, gather details in another, be copied by scribes centuries later, and take on fresh meanings under different rulers and gods. The original moment of fear may have vanished, but the shape of fear remained. This is how human memory often works after catastrophe. It does not preserve every fact. It preserves the pattern of terror. It remembers water rising, even if it forgets the exact storm. It remembers a city abandoned, even if it forgets the failed canal. It remembers divine anger, even if it forgets the political dispute. It remembers descent into darkness, even if it forgets the burial ritual that first gave the image force. It remembers that knowledge was lost, even if it forgets who lost it. The great myths survived because they could hold many losses at once. Flood stories are among the most powerful examples. In such tales, the world is overwhelmed, human life is nearly erased, and a remnant carries existence beyond destruction. The flood is not merely water, it is the collapse of memory. It divides time into before and after. It makes those who survive into custodians of a broken inheritance. They do not carry the whole world that vanished. They carry fragments, commands, warnings, grief, and the burden of beginning again. Every flood story is also a story about selective memory. Who remembers the lost world? Who is permitted to survive? What knowledge is carried forward? What is drowned forever? In the imagination of ancient peoples, such questions were not abstract. Floods had real force in riverlands. Cities could be damaged, fields could be ruined, graves could be disturbed, households could vanish. But myth enlarged local catastrophe into cosmic drama because the feeling of destruction is always larger than the event itself to those who endure it. When a person loses everything, their whole world has ended. The flood gives language to that ending. It also gives language to rebirth without full remembrance. After the waters withdraw, the survivors do not recover everything. They stand on wet ground with a past beneath mud. They must rebuild with incomplete knowledge. The new world begins under the sign of loss. This is close to the mystery of the soul entering a new life. The older world may have existed. It may even shape the new one, but the living consciousness stands on the shore after the flood, unable to see the drowned city below. Underworld journeys carry another kind of memory. To descend below is to approach the hidden archive of death. The one who enters does not simply travel to a place. They undergo stripping, titles, garments, ornaments, power, and certainty fall away. The underworld is a realm where surface identity is weakened. In many ancient descent narratives, the path downward is guarded by gates or stages. Each gate removes something. Each threshold teaches that the dead cannot carry the full costume of the living. This stripping has deep meaning for the question of erased memory. Birth may clothe the soul, but death unclothes it. If the underworld removes the signs of earthly identity, then the passage between lives, if imagined, may involve another transformation, the removal of memory. The soul cannot pass into a new life wearing all the garments of its old one. It must be stripped to enter. It must lose the emblems of former rank, former household, former grief, former name. Only then can it be clothed again in flesh. The mythic imagination often understands transition as loss before renewal. A seed disappears into the ground before growth. A moon wanes before returning. A river floods before leaving fertile silt. A god descends before rising or being restored. A person sleeps before waking. A life ends before another can begin. But renewal is never a perfect restoration. What returns is changed. What survives is marked by absence. The old form does not simply resume. This is why myths of return can feel joyful and sorrowful at the same time. They promise continuity, but never without cost. The Anunnaki, as figures linked to divine rank, judgment, and hidden authority, belong to the atmosphere surrounding such transitions. In stories where divine councils decide human fate, or where underworld powers shape the condition of the dead, one senses that existence is governed by authorities beyond appeal. Mortals do not choose the terms of return. They receive them. They cross thresholds set by powers older than themselves. The myths that survived collapse keep returning to this human helplessness before larger order. A hero may seek immortality and fail. A goddess may descend and be bound by the laws below. A king may be mighty and still die. A city may be beloved and still fall. A survivor may carry wisdom and still lose the world he knew. The message is not despair alone. It is proportion. Human beings are significant, but not sovereign over the whole design. They can build, love, sing, write, and pray. They can preserve memory with astonishing devotion, yet the largest boundaries remain beyond them. This is why myths endure after empires fall. Empires claim control. Myths remember limits. A king can order walls built, but not forbid death. A scribe can record a victory's but not preserve every vanished voice. A priest can perform ritual, but not force the underworld to become transparent. A city can honor its god, but not guarantee eternal safety. Myth remains because it gives form to what power cannot master. When later civilizations inherited Mesopotamian themes, they did not inherit them unchanged. They absorbed echoes of flood, creation, divine assembly, underworld gloom, heroic searching, and the painful distance between human desire and divine knowledge. The details shifted, but the deep questions remained. Why are humans mortal? Why is knowledge limited? Why do divine beings hold secrets? Why does civilization rise and vanish? Why does memory fail? Why does the soul seem to long for a home it cannot name? These questions are older than any one text. They pass from culture to culture because they belong to the structure of human life. The myth of erased past life memory belongs to that same family of questions. It imagines human forgetfulness not as a random defect, but as part of a cosmic story. It says that perhaps the reason we do not remember is not because nothing came before, but because the gate between lives functions like the gate of the underworld, like the flood, like the collapsed city, like the sealed temple chamber. It allows passage, but not full possession. Something crosses. Something is left behind. Something survives only as trace. This is also how myth itself survives. It does not carry the entire ancient world into the present. It carries traces, images, names, scenes, fears, phrases, divine figures, symbolic patterns. We do not stand inside the original ritual moment. We inherit fragments. Yet fragments can be powerful enough to shape imagination across millennia. A fragment of myth is like a fragment of memory, incomplete but alive. The Anunnaki have survived in this fragmentary way. Their ancient meanings are filtered through damaged tablets, shifting traditions, scholarly reconstruction, and modern fascination. Some modern interpretations go far beyond the evidence. A careful telling must not pretend certainty where the record is broken. Still, the survival of the name itself is striking. It continues to gather questions because it once belonged to a world where divine power, fate, death, and hidden order were taken with utmost seriousness. The name carries the chill of old authority. It suggests a council beyond human reach. It suggests decisions made where mortals cannot stand. It suggests that the visible world is governed by a deeper structure. When people ask whether the Anunnaki erased the memory of past lives, they're often asking a modern version of an ancient sorrow. Why do we arrive knowing so little? Why are we placed into suffering without explanation? Why do our dreams seem larger than our biographies? Why does history feel buried inside us? Why does the past survive in longing rather than clear knowledge? Myth does not answer by argument. It answers by image. A flood covering the old world, A goddess passing through gates, a hero losing the plant of life, a city lamenting after destruction, a divine assembly decreeing fate, a soul entering life without its former name. These images do not prove, they reveal. They give shape to the emotional truth that human beings live after losses they cannot fully remember. Collapse makes this especially clear. When a city falls, survivors must continue without the whole city. They carry songs, habits, rituals, recipes, names, grudges, and fragments of sacred speech. Their children inherit a reduced version of the lost world. Their grandchildren inherit stories whose edges have softened. Eventually, the destroyed city becomes symbol. The lived reality fades. The myth remains. The same may be imagined of the soul. A former life falls like a city. The next life inherits fragments without context. A fear, a gift, a longing, a dream, a strange recognition. These fragments become personal myth because the historical record inside the soul is gone. If the Anunnaki are imagined as guardians of that lost record, then they are not merely destroyers of memory. They are keepers of the archive that mortals cannot open while living. They allow myth to survive where direct memory would overwhelm. They turn total recollection into symbolic inheritance. They let the soul carry poetry instead of documents. This may sound gentle, Bob, but it is not entirely gentle. Symbol can comfort, but it can also torment. A person who feels an old grief without knowing its cause may suffer more deeply, because there is no story to contain it. A dream of falling, drowning, wandering, or searching may leave the dreamer with unease that daylight cannot explain. A sense of recognition before a ruin may bring wonder and sadness together. The fragment calls, but refuses to become whole. This is the condition of humanity before the ancient past as well. We have ruins, but not the complete songs. We have tablets, but not every voice. We have skulls, but not the living faces. We have myths, but not the first night they were told. We have divine names, but not all the trembling they once caused. And yet, from these fragments, entire worlds rise in the mind. The myths that survived collapse are therefore not relics of dead imagination. They are living structures of remembrance and forgetting. They tell us that human beings have always tried to cross the gap between what is lost and what still presses upon the heart. They show that after every collapse, something remains, but never everything. They teach that the past is not restored by survival. It is transformed. So, in the quiet endurance of flood tales, descent stories, underworld laws, divine counsels, and heroic failures, we hear the same ancient lesson repeated in many forms. The world can end and still continue. Memory can break and still guide. The dead can vanish and still remain. The gods can be silent and still govern. The soul can forget and still be haunted. At the edge of sleep, this may be the most ancient kind of history. Not history as a clean sequence of facts, but history as a chamber of echoes. One echo belongs to a drowned settlement, another to a broken tablet, another to a mother who lost a child, another to a priest who closed a temple door for the final time, another to a name of divine authority carried through languages long after its first worshippers were gone. The myth survived because collapse did not finish the work of erasure. Something always remained, and what remained was enough to make later generations wonder whether forgetting itself was only another form of hidden memory. The erasure becomes inheritance when forgetting is passed down as if it were a gift. This is one of the strangest truths about human culture. What disappears does not always vanish. Sometimes it becomes a habit. Sometimes it becomes a ritual whose meaning has faded. Sometimes it becomes a symbol no one can fully explain. Sometimes it becomes a fear that parents teach children without remembering the first danger. Sometimes it becomes a silence at the center of a family, a city, a people, or a soul. The lost past does not always die. It changes form. A people may forget the original reason for a ceremony, yet still gather at the appointed season. A family may forget the name of the ancestor whose grief shaped them, yet still carry the caution born from that grief. A city may forget the first small shrine under its great temple, yet still worship on the same sacred ground. A language may lose an ancient word, yet keep the rhythm of an older world view in its prayers. A child may not remember the dead, yet inherit the posture of mourning. This is how erasure becomes inheritance. It is not a clean removal. It is transformation under pressure. The thing forgotten moves into the body of tradition, where it no longer appears as memory, but as custom, instinct, atmosphere, and law. People do not say, "We remember this clearly." They say, "This is how it is done. This is what our people do. This is what must not be spoken. This is what brings misfortune. This is the old way. This is the sacred way." The explanation has vanished. The command remains. In the ancient world, this process must have happened countless times. Rituals outlived their first meanings. Sacred places changed names. Gods absorbed older powers. Myths preserved images whose original ritual context had disappeared. Political systems borrowed divine symbols from earlier traditions. The dead continued to shape the living long after their stories were lost. The past entered the present disguised as necessity, and because it was disguised, it gained power, as remembered law can be questioned. A forgotten origin feels eternal. If people know that a rule began in a particular conflict, they may imagine changing it. But if the origin is hidden behind divine order, ancestral command, or immemorial tradition, the rule feels older than human decision. It becomes part of the world rather than part of history. This is why memory and power are never separate. To control memory is to control the shape of possibility. To erase an origin is to make the present arrangement appear inevitable. To preserve one story and bury another is to determine what future generations can imagine. The ancient city did this through temple, palace, archive, ritual, law, and public ceremony. But families and communities did it too, often without deliberate deception. They simplified, silenced, emphasized, and repeated in order to survive. In this sense, the idea that the Anunnaki erased memory can be read as a vast mythic version of a familiar human process. A higher order removes the original account. The living inherit the result. They do not know why they are as they are. They only know the rules, fears, longings, and limits that remain. A soul born without memory of past lives may be like a culture born after its own deepest origins have been sealed. It inherits consequences without context. It carries debts without ledgers. It feels affinities without biographies. It fears certain doors without remembering what was behind them. It loves certain landscapes without knowing whether love comes from this life or from some hidden layer beneath it. This is why the erased past feels active rather than empty. Human beings do not merely lack memory. They are shaped by what they lack. The absence creates a hunger. The hunger creates myth. The myth creates ritual. The ritual creates identity. And over time, identity carries the mark of the absence so deeply that forgetting itself becomes part of who people are. The ancient Mesopotamian world understood inherited burden through many images. A city might suffer for an offence not easily named. A household might fear the anger of neglected dead. A ruler might seek purification from sins known and unknown. A person might endure misfortune and search for a hidden cause. The past was not safely locked behind the present. It could leak through curse, omen, illness, dream, sterility, defeat, or unrest. The unknown past had agency. This is the key. Forgotten things still acted. A neglected grave could trouble the household. An improper ritual could unsettle the relationship with a god. A broken oath might echo beyond the moment. A divine anger could fall before its reason was understood. The present was porous, always vulnerable to what had been missed, misremembered, or concealed. Past life memory, if erased, would belong to this same field of hidden agency. The former life does not appear clearly, yet its absence may not be neutral. It may act through affinity, dread, repeated patterns, inexplicable attachment, or a sense of unfinished business. The soul does not remember the story, but perhaps it inherits the shape of the story. This is why dreams matter again. Dreams are one of the oldest ways erased inheritance returns in image. A person dreams of a house never visited, a river under a dark sky, a staircase descending beneath a temple, a crowd speaking words that waking life cannot translate, a face both unknown and beloved. In ancient thought, such dreams would not be dismissed easily. They might be signs, warnings, messages, or disturbances from beyond ordinary sight. A dream does not restore memory as record. It restores memory as atmosphere. That is often how inheritance works. A child raised in a household of unspoken grief may not know the event that wounded the elders, but the atmosphere enters them. They learn caution before they learn history. They learn silence before they learn explanation. They inherit the emotional architecture of an event they never witnessed. Later, they may call it temperament, intuition, or fate. Ancient civilizations did the same. A people living among ruins may not remember the builders, but they inherit awe. A city built on older foundations may not remember every destroyed layer, but it inherits sacred elevation. A ritual performed after its origin is forgotten may not explain itself, but it trains generations in posture, fear, and reverence. A myth told after collapse may not preserve facts, but it preserves the emotional truth of having survived destruction. This inheritance of erasure is visible in architecture. A sacred place rebuilt again and again on the same mound carries old holiness upward, even when the earlier sanctuary is buried and unseen. The worshipper climbing the steps of the latest temple may not know every layer below, but the height itself is inherited memory. The body experiences the accumulation even without historical knowledge. To ascend is to move across buried ages. The architecture remembers what the person does not. It is visible in ritual. A repeated offering may carry traces of an older economy, an older fear, an older relationship with the dead. The participants may understand it through the theology of their own age, but the gesture may be much older than that explanation. Hands remember what doctrines revise. It is visible in language. A divine name may survive after its earlier associations shift. A phrase may be copied in school texts long after its first sacred setting has faded. A formula may retain authority because it sounds ancient, even if ordinary speakers no longer grasp every layer of meaning. Words become vessels for lost worlds. It is visible in bodies. Genomic inheritance carries lives without memory. Learned behavior carries family history without documentation. Trauma, resilience, taste, gesture, and fear travel through households and communities. The living body becomes a receiver of vanished circumstances. This is why erasure and inheritance cannot be separated. What is erased from consciousness may still be inherited as form. The Anunnaki, in the mythic imagination, become guardians of this paradox. They do not merely remove the past, they convert it into fate. They seal memory and allow consequence. They prevent full recall, yet let traces continue. They withhold the archive, but permit the pattern to repeat. This is a more subtle and more unsettling power than simple destruction. If the gods simply erased everything, humans would be blank. But humans are not blank. They are haunted. They arrive with tendencies, fears, gifts, longings, and wounds that seem to exceed biography. Some of these can be explained by family, culture, body, and history. Some remain mysterious in the language of experience. The ancient imagination gave such mysteries a sacred structure. The gods know. The soul has forgotten. The present life is an inheritance whose document has been sealed. This idea also explains why humans are drawn toward ruins. Ruins feel like the outer world matching the inner condition. A ruined city is present and absent at once. Its walls remain, but its voices are gone. Its streets can be traced, but its days cannot be recovered. Its temples can be measured, but its prayers cannot be fully heard. Standing before a ruin, the mind feels the same ache it feels before its own hidden past. Something happened here. Something shaped the present. Something is missing. That missing thing becomes powerful. It invites reconstruction, scholarship, myth, and longing. Archaeologists reconstruct through evidence, storytellers reconstruct through image, communities reconstruct through identity, dreamers reconstruct through feeling. None restores the whole, yet all respond to the pressure of erased inheritance. Only time will tell what future discoveries will be made. A new tablet may alter a known myth. A new excavation may reveal a forgotten shrine. A new genomic study may trace a movement no one expected. A new reading of an old text may change the place of a divine name. History remains alive because the buried world is not finished speaking. But even if every ruin were excavated, every tablet read, every bone studied, and every ancient landscape mapped, there would still be a gap. The gap between evidence and experience. The gap between what happened and what it meant to those who lived it. The gap between inherited consequence and remembered cause. That gap is where the myth of erased memory lives. It says that the human condition is not only to forget, but to inherit forgetting. We are born after countless endings. We live among customs shaped by vanished needs. We carry bodies formed by ancestors we cannot name. We speak languages filled with dead metaphors. We enter cities built on buried settlements. We love, fear, and dream through patterns older than our awareness. In this light, past lives need not be treated only as a literal claim. They can also be understood as a poetic expression of historical reality. Each of us is made from lives before us. Each of us begins after a vast erasure. Each of us inherits what we cannot remember. Each of us walks on foundations hidden beneath the floor. The Anunnaki become the mythic face of the force that keeps those foundations concealed. They are the powers who know the buried layers. They are the watchers over the sealed account. They are the divine image of history's most troubling mercy, that the past continues inside us without giving itself fully back. At night, when the city grows quiet and the last light leaves the temple walls, inheritance becomes almost audible. A child sleeps above ancestors. A scribe's tablet hardens in an archive. A priest's chant repeats words older than his understanding. A potter shapes clay with gestures learned from the hands long dead. A mother hums a tune whose first singer has vanished from memory. The river moves past the city, carrying silt from places no one there has seen. Everything continues. Almost nothing explains itself. The erasure has become the world, and the world, in all its beauty and sorrow, hands that erasure to every newborn as a hidden inheritance, sealed beneath the first breath, waiting to stir in dreams, rituals, ruins, and the unanswerable feeling that the soul is older than its name. The long road back begins not with certainty, but with humility. We stand far from the first river cities, far from the hands that shaped clay tablets, far from the voices that praise divine powers under the burning sky of Mesopotamia. The temples have fallen, the canals have shifted, the statues are broken or vanished, the scribes are dust. The kings who called themselves mighty have become names in damaged lines. The workers who raised walls, dug ditches, brewed beer, carried bricks, mourned children, and whispered prayers in the dark are mostly unnamed forever. And yet, something remains. A sign pressed into clay, a foundation under sand, a skull resting in the earth, a myth copied through time, a divine name that survived the death of its worshippers, a question that refuses to sleep. Why do humans forget? Not only why do we forget where we placed a tool, or the face of someone briefly met, or the exact words spoken in childhood. The deeper question is stranger. Why do we forget origins? Why do we arrive in the world without knowing the full road that led to us? Why does each person awaken inside a body, a family, a language, a history, and a set of fears without remembering the ancient causes behind them? Why does the soul, if it is only new, feel haunted by oldness? And if it is old, why is it born in silence? The ancient world did not answer such questions as we do. It did not separate myth from environment, ritual from politics, body from cosmos, memory from divine order. It lived inside a universe where everything meaningful touched something unseen. The river was water, but also fate. The city was brick, but also sacred arrangement. The dead were bodies, but also presences requiring care. The gods were stories, but also powers whose authority shaped law, labour, kingship, and fear. To understand that world, we must resist the easy arrogance of believing that ancient people were merely mistaken versions of ourselves. They were not less awake to suffering. They were not less capable of observation. They watched stars with patience. They counted grain with precision. They organised labour on enormous scales. They invented writing, built cities, preserved law, developed mathematics, and asked questions that still disturb us. They knew that human life is brief. They knew that memory fails. They knew that the dead remain powerful. They knew that order can protect and oppress. They knew that knowledge can heal and destroy. They knew that the visible world is never the whole story humans tell themselves in order to survive. The Anunnaki, in this long meditation, have stood not as simple characters in a tale, but as symbols of divine authority and withheld knowledge. In the ancient texts, they belong to a complex sacred world of rank, judgment, destiny, and cosmic order. Around them gather questions of power, underworld, fate, and the distance between gods and mortals. Modern imagination has often taken their name far beyond the surviving evidence, filling broken spaces with speculation. A careful listener must not confuse mystery with proof. Still, mystery has its place. The claim that the Anunnaki erased the memory of past lives cannot be treated as a plain historical fact, preserved in simple terms by ancient scribes. The tablets do not hand us such a sentence. Stratigraphic excavation does not uncover a sealed chamber labelled with that explanation. Radiocarbon dating does not measure the age of a soul. Lithic analysis does not identify a tool used to cut memory from birth. Genomic data does not reveal a previous name hidden inside the bone. But history is not only the collection of direct statements. It is also the study of patterns, and the pattern is deeply suggestive. Ancient people imagined divine beings as holders of knowledge humans lacked. They cared intensely for the dead. They believed dreams, omens, rituals, and sacred places could connect visible life with hidden realms. They built civilizations around controlled memory, official records, priestly interpretation, royal legitimacy, and ancestral obligation. They lived through environmental rupture, social transformation, urban command, imperial distance, and repeated collapse. They saw that the past survives, but rarely whole. In such a world, the idea that memory could be guarded by divine powers feels emotionally true, even when not doctrinally explicit. The human being enters life already shaped by what came before. This is not only myth, it is also history. We inherit bodies from ancestors whose names we do not know. We inherit languages full of dead metaphors. We inherit customs whose first reasons may be lost. We inherit fears born from older dangers. We inherit privileges and wounds created before our birth. We inherit cities built on graves, laws built on conflicts, rituals built on vanished needs, and dreams shaped by images older than personal experience. Every person is a new life made from old worlds. This may be the deepest meaning of past lives as a poetic truth. Whether one believes in literal rebirth or not, no one begins from nothing. The self is not a clean tablet. It is a palimpsest, a surface written over older writing. Some lines remain visible. Others are scraped away. Others press upward as faint impressions beneath the new text. We call the surface identity. We call the hidden depth mystery. Ancient Mesopotamia understood the power of tablets, but the human soul may be more like a buried tell. Layer beneath layer, house above house, fire beneath floor, grave beneath courtyard, shrine beneath temple, name beneath name. Each new construction depends on what it covers. The surface is real, yet incomplete. The buried past is hidden, yet active. If the Anunnaki erased memory in the mythic sense, perhaps they did not erase it into nothing. Perhaps they made it architectural. They placed it beneath the floor of consciousness. They turned it into dream, instinct, longing, fear, affinity, repetition, and symbolic inheritance. They gave humans enough forgetting to live one life, and enough hidden memory to keep asking why one life feels larger than itself. That balance may be the strange mercy at the centre of existence. Too much memory would drown us. Too little memory would empty us. Between drowning and emptiness, human beings live. We remember fragments. We forget origins. We build rituals to hold what we cannot explain. We write records against oblivion. We raise monuments over buried foundations. We name children after the dead. We study bones, seeds, tools, pottery, inscriptions, and genes. We tell stories before sleep. We ask whether the gods were cruel, protective, distant, or merely reflections of our own need to place order over terror. The long road back is therefore not a return to total memory. It is a return to reverence. Reverence for the ancient people whose worlds we approach only through fragments. Reverence for evidence is because without evidence, imagination becomes untethered. Reverence for imagination, because without imagination, evidence remains cold and mute. Reverence for mystery, because not every silence is empty. Reverence for limitation, because every human explanation stands beneath a sky larger than itself. This is what the best ancient history offers us. It does not merely show that people once lived differently. It reminds us that we, too, are ancient in ways we do not understand. We live with devices, cities, sciences, and languages the first scribes could not have imagined. Yet our central questions remain close to theirs. Where did we come from? Why do we suffer? What do the dead become? What do the gods, or fate, or time, or nature know that we do not? Why does memory fail? What remains when names are lost? The ruins do not answer completely. They never have. A ruin is powerful because it is both evidence and absence. It gives enough to prove that a world existed, and withholds enough to make us feel the weight of loss. The ancient city does not return when excavated. It only opens a few rooms of its silence. The tablet does not resurrect the scribe. It only preserves the pressure of his hand. The skull does not restore the face. It only reminds us that the face mattered. So it may be with the soul. The hidden past may not return as a full archive. It may return as a pressure, a dream, a recognition, a fear, a longing, a strange tenderness before things older than us, the feeling that we are walking through a world that has already known us in some way we cannot prove. Perhaps this is why ancient history is so comforting for sleep. It enlarges the room around our worries. It places our brief troubles inside a vast procession of human beings who also feared, loved, forgot, endured, and wandered beneath stars. Their worlds rose and fell. Their gods changed names. Their languages broke. Their cities became mounds. And yet, in studying them, we do not feel only distance. We feel kinship. They were not strangers to us. They were earlier travellers on the same long road. At the end of that road, or perhaps at one of its many turnings, stands the final reflection. If the memory of past lives has been erased, perhaps the erasure is not a locked door we must break open by force. Perhaps it is a veil we learn to approach with patience. Behind it may lie terror, wisdom, grief, or nothing that the waking mind can hold. The ancient world would tell us to approach carefully, bring an offering, speak softly. Do not assume the sacred is yours to seize. Do not mistake curiosity for readiness. Only time will tell what future discoveries will be made. New excavations may change what we know about early ritual. New readings may deepen our understanding of Mesopotamian theology. New scientific methods may recover diets, movements, kinship, disease, and landscapes with greater precision. The buried world is still speaking, though never in a hurry. It speaks in fragments because fragments are what time allows, and perhaps that is enough. Enough to know that humans have always lived between memory and forgetting. Enough to know that civilization began not only with hunger, but with awe. Enough to know that the dead shape the living. Enough to know that gods, whether understood as beings, symbols, or structures of imagination, carried the questions humans could not answer alone. Enough to know that we are not the first to feel older than our own lives. The Euphrates still moves through history, though not as it once did. The desert wind still crosses places where temples stood. Clay tablets still rest in museums and archives, carrying the hard little wounds of vanished hands. Beneath modern ground, older flaws remain sealed. Beneath modern speech, older fears remain alive. Beneath every new child's first breath, the hidden inheritance of countless lives continues without explanation. So we leave the ancient city in darkness. The temple door is closed. The river murmurs beyond the walls. The stars keep their distance. The dead lie near. The gods, if they remember, remain silent. And the human soul, newly born or endlessly returning, walks forward with only fragments, carrying the immense mercy and sorrow of forgetting, while somewhere beneath the surface, the oldest road continues. End of script. Good night.